Hare Krishna, Namaha Omasana mantrasya mira pichtivishi chandro krumu vivatashna pavanashna vinagaha Omarhara shakti omanantayna mohanayna Pritvicharithalaka divitam shanajita Tamjataranam amditam tamjataranam. We're continuing our seminar on the power of prayer, and today, to begin, we're reading the prayers by Lord Brahma to Lord Krishna after his revelation of seeing the spiritual world. And we can appreciate the quality of Lord Brahma's prayers, especially after his being given special mercy by Lord Krishna after performing tapasya. And this is how we can understand Krishna, through the revelation of his devotees, who then crystallize those revelations in the form of prayers and hymns and bring them into our midst. So we'll read 5 translations each and go through the English meanings of the Brahma Samhita. Krishna, who is known as Govinda, is the supreme Godhead. He has an eternal, blissful spiritual body. He is the origin of all. He has no other origin, and he is the prime cause of all causes. The spiritual place of transcendental pastimes of Krishna is portrayed in the 2nd verse. The super excellent station of Krishna, which is known as Gokula, has thousands of petals and a corolla like that of a lotus, sprouted from a part of his infinitary aspect, the whorl of the leaves being the actual abode of Krishna. The whorl of that transcendental lotus is the realm wherein dwells Krishna. It is a hexagonal figure, the abode of the indwelling, predominated and predominating aspect of the Absolute. Like a diamond, the central supporting figure of self-luminous Krishna stands as the transcendental source of all potencies. The holy name, consisting of 18 transcendental letters, is manifested in a hexagonal figure with 6-fold divisions. The whorl of that eternal realm, Gokula, is the hexagonal abode of Krishna. Its petals are the abodes of gopis, who are part and parcel of Krishna, to whom they are most lovingly devoted and are similar in essence. The petals shine beautifully like so many walls. The extended leaves of that lotus are the garden-like dham, that is, the spiritual abode of Sri Radhika, the most beloved of Krishna. The surrounding external plane of Gokula is described in this verse. There is a mysterious quadrangular place named Shvetadvip surrounding the outskirts of Gokula. Shvetadvip is divided into 4 parts on all sides. The abode of Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Pradyumna, and Aniruddha are separately located in each of these 4 parts. These 4 divided abodes are enveloped by the 4-fold human requirements such as piety, wealth, passion, and liberation, as also by the 4 Vedas, namely Rig, Sama, Yajur, and Atharva, which deal with the mantra and which are the basis of achievements of the 4-fold mundane requirements. 10 tridents are fixed in the 10 directions, including the zenith and nadir. The 8 directions are decorated with the 8 jewels of Mahapadma, Padma, Shankha, Makara, Kachapa, Mukunda, Kunda, and Nila. There are 10 protectors, Dikpalas, of the 10 directions in the form of mantra. The associates of the hues of blue, yellow, red, and white, and the extraordinary potencies bearing the names of Bimala, etc., shine on all sides.
The Lord of Gokula is the transcendental Supreme Godhead, the own self of eternal ecstasies. He is the superior of all superiors and is busily engaged in the enjoyments of the transcendental realm and has no association with his mundane potency. Krishna never consorts with his illusory energy. Still, her connection is not entirely cut off from the absolute truth. When he intends to create the material world, the amorous pastime in which he engages by consorting with his own spiritual chit potency Rama, by casting his glance at the deluding energy in the shape of sending his time energy, is an auxiliary activity. The secondary process of association with Maya is described. Rama Devi, the spiritual chit potency, beloved consort of the Supreme Lord, is the regulatrix of all entities. The divine plenary portion of Krishna creates the mundane world. At creation, there appears a divine halo of the nature of his own subjective portion, Swamsha. This halo is divine Shambhu, the masculine symbol or manifested emblem of the Supreme Lord. This halo is the dim twilight reflection of the supreme eternal effulgence. This masculine symbol is the subjective portion of the divinity who functions as progenitor of the mundane world, subject to the supreme regulatrix, Niyati. The conceiving potency in regard to mundane creation makes her appearance out of the supreme regulatrix. She is Maya, the limited, non-absolute apara potency, the symbol of mundane feminine productivity. The intercourse of these two brings forth the faculty of perverted cognition, the reflection of the seed of the procreative desire of the Supreme Lord. All offspring of the consort of the great Lord Maheshwar of this mundane world are of the nature of the embodiment of the mundane masculine and feminine generative organs. The person embodying the material causal principle, namely the great Lord of this mundane world, Maheshwar, Shambhu, in the form of the male generating organ, is joined to his female consort, the limited energy Maya, as the efficient causal principle. The Lord of the world, Mahavishnu, is manifest in him by his subjective portion in the form of his glands.
The Lord of the mundane world, Mahavishnu, possesses thousands of heads, eyes, hands. He is the source of thousands of avatars in his thousands of subjective portions. He is the creator of thousands of individual souls. The same Mahavishnu is spoken of by the name of Narayana in this mundane world. From that eternal person has sprung the vast expanse of water of the spiritual causal ocean, the subjective portion of Shankarshana, who abides in Paravyoma, the above Supreme Purusha, with thousands of subjective portions, reposes in the state of divine sleep, Yoga Nidra, in the waters of the spiritual causal ocean. The spiritual seeds of Sankarshana existing in the pores of skin of Mahavishnu are born as so many golden sperms. These sperms are covered with 5 great elements. The same Mahavishnu entered into each universe as his own separate subjective portions. The divine portions that entered into each universe are possessed of his majestic extensions, that is, they are the eternal universal soul, Mahavishnu, possessing thousands of heads.
The same Mahavishnu created Vishnu from his left limb, Brahma, the first progenitor of beings, from his right limb, and from the space between his 2 eyebrows, Shambhu, the divine masculine manifested hello. The function of Shambhu in relation to jivas is that this universe, enshrining the mundane egoistic principle, has originated from Shambhu. Thereupon, the same great personal Godhead, assuming the threefold forms of Vishnu, Prajapati and Shambhu, entering into the mundane universe, plays the pastimes of preservation, creation and destruction of this world. This pastime is contained in the mundane world. Hence, it being perverted, the Supreme Lord, identical with Mahavishnu, prefers to consort with the goddess Yoganidra, the constituent of his own spiritual chit potency, full of the ecstatic trance of eternal bliss appertaining to his own divine personality. When Vishnu, lying in the ocean of milk, wills to create this universe, a golden lotus springs from his navel pit. The golden lotus, with its stem in the abode of Brahma, representing Brahma Loka or Satya Loka.
2 more.
Before their conglomeration, the primary elements in their nascent state remained originally separate entities. Non-application of the conglomerating process is the cause of their separate existence. Divine Mahavishnu, primal Godhead, though association with his own spiritual chit potency, moved Maya, and by the application of the conglomerating principle, created those different entities in their state of cooperation. And after that, he himself consorted with Yoganidra by way of his eternal dalliance with his spiritual chit potency. By conglomerating all those separate entities, he manifested the innumerable mundane universes and himself entered into the inmost recesses of every extended conglomerate, Virad Vigraha. At that time, those jivas who had lain dormant during the cataclysm were awakened.
The same jiva is eternal and is for eternity and without a beginning, joined to the Supreme Lord by the tie of an eternal kingship. He is transcendental spiritual potency. A divine lotus which springs from the navel pit of Vishnu is in every way related by this spiritual tie with all souls and is the origin of four-faced Brahma versed in four Vedas. On coming out of the lotus, Brahma, being guided by the divine potency, turned his mind to the act of creation under the impulse of previous impressions. But he could see nothing but darkness in every direction. Then the goddess of learning, Saraswati, the divine consort of the Supreme Lord, said thus to Brahma, who saw nothing but gloom in all direction, O Brahma, this mantra, Klim, I can't pronounce the whole thing.
Kim Krishnaya Govindaya Gopijanabhalabhaya Swaha.
Swaha. We will surely fulfill your heart's desire. Can I stop here?
Yeah.
I don't speak very well.
Go ahead. Keep going.
O Brahma, do thou practice spiritual association by means of this mantra, then all your desires will be fulfilled. Brahma, being desirous of satisfying Govinda, practiced the cultural acts for Krishna in Goloka, Lord of Swetadeepa, for a long time. His meditation ran thus: there exists a divine lotus of 1,000 petals, augmented by millions of filaments in the transcendental land of Goloka. On its whorl, there exists a great divine throne on which is seated Sri Krishna, the form of eternal effulgence of transcendental bliss, playing on his divine flute, resonant with the divine sound, with his lotus mouth. He is worshipped by his amorous milkmaids with their respective subjective proportions and extensions, and also by his external energy, who stays outside, embodying all mundane qualities. Then Gayatri, mother of Vedas, being made manifest, that is, imparted by the divine sound of the flute of Sri Krishna, entered into the lotus mouth of Brahma, born from himself, through his 8 ear holes. The lotus-born Brahma, having received the Gayatri sprung from the flute song of Sri Krishna, attained the status of twice born, having been initiated by the supreme primal perceptor, Godhead himself. Enlightened by the recollection of that Gayatri embodying the 3 Vedas, Brahma became acquainted with the expanse of the ocean of truth. Then he worshipped Sri Krishna, the essence of all Vedas, with this hymn. I worship Lord Govinda, the primeval Lord, the first progenitor, who is tending the cows, yielding all desires in abodes built with spiritual gems, surrounded by millions of purpose trees, always served with great reverence and affection by hundreds and hundreds of thousands of Lakshmis or Gopis. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is adept in playing his flute with blooming eyes like lotus petals, with head decked with peacock feathers, with the figure of beauty tinged with the hue of blue clouds, and his unique loveliness charming millions of cupids.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, round whose neck is swinging a garland of flowers, beautified with the moon locket, whose 2 hands are adorned with the flute and jeweled ornaments, who always revels in pastimes of love, whose graceful 3-fold bending form of Shyamasundara is eternally manifest. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose transcendental form is full of bliss, truth, substantiality, and is thus full of the most dazzling splendor. Each of the limbs of that transcendental figure possesses in himself the full-fledged functions of all the organs, and eternally sees, maintains, and manifests the infinite universes, both spiritual and mundane. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is inaccessible to the Vedas, but obtainable by pure unalloyed devotion of the soul, who is without a second, who is not subject to decay, is without a beginning, whose form is endless, who is the beginning and the eternal Purusha, yet he is a person possessing the beauty of blooming youth. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, only the tip of the toe of whose lotus feet is approached by the yogis, who aspire after the transcendental and betake themselves to pranayama by drilling the respiration, or by the jnanis who try to find out the non-differentiated Brahman by the process of elimination of the mundane extending over thousands of millions of years. He is an undifferentiated entity, as there is no distinction between potency and the possessor thereof. In his work of creation of millions of worlds, his potency remains inseparable. All the universes exist in him, and he is present in his fullness in every one of the atoms that are scattered throughout the universe at one and the same time. Such is the primeval Lord whom I adore.
I adore the same Govinda, the primeval Lord, in whose praise men who are imbued with devotion sing the mantra suktas told by the Vedas, by gaining their appropriate beauty, greatness, thrones, conveyances, and ornaments. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, residing in his own realm, Golok, with Radha, resembling his own spiritual figure, the embodiment of the ecstatic potency, possessed of the 64 artistic activities, in the company of her confidants, Sakhis, embodiments of the extension of her bodily form, permeated and vitalized by his ever blissful spiritual rasa. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is Syam Sundar, Krishna himself, with inconceivable, innumerable attributes, whom the pure devotees see in their heart of hearts, with the eye of devotion tinged with salve of love. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who manifested himself personally as Krishna and the different avatars in the world in the form of Ram, Nrsimha, Vaman, etc., as his subjective portions. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose effulgence is the source of the non-differentiated Brahman mentioned in the Upanishads, being differentiated from the infinity of glories of the mundane universe, appear as the indivisible, infinite, limitless truth.
I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, who is the absolute substantive principle, being the ultimate entity in the form of support of all existence, whose external potency embodies the threefold mundane qualities, namely sattva, rajas and tamas, and diffuses the Vedic knowledge regarding the mundane world. I worship Govinda, the primeval Lord, whose glory ever triumphantly dominates the mundane world by the activity of his own pastimes, being reflected in the mind of recollecting souls as the transcendental entity of ever blissful cognitive rasa. Lowest of all is located Devi Dham, mundane world. Next above it is Mahesh Dham, abode of Mahesh. Above Mahesh Dham is placed Hari Dham, abode of Hari. And above them all is located Krishna's own realm named Golok. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who has allotted their respective authorities to the rulers of those graded realms. The external potency Maya, who is of the nature of the shadow of the Chit potency, is worshipped by all people as Durga, the creating, preserving, and destroying agency of this mundane world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in accordance of whose will Durga conducts herself. Just as milk is transformed into curd by the action of acids, but yet the effect curd is neither same as nor different from its cause, namely milk, so I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whom the state of Shambhu is a transformation for the performance of work of destruction.
The light of one candle being communicated to other candles, although it burns separately in them, is the same in its quality. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who exhibits himself equally in the same mobile manner in his various manifestations. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who, assuming his own great subjective form, who bears the name of Shesha, replete with the all-accommodating potency and reposing in the causal ocean, with the infinity of the world in the pores of his hair, enjoys creative sleep, yoga nidra. Brahma and other lords of the mundane worlds, appearing from the pores of hair of Mahavishnu, remain alive as long as the duration of one exhalation of the latter, Mahavishnu. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, of whose subjective personality Mahavishnu is the portion of portion. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, from whom the separated subjective portion Brahma receives his power for the regulation of the mundane world, just as the sun manifests some portion of his own light in all the effulgent gems that bear the names of Suryakanta, etc. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, whose lotus feet are always held by Ganesh upon the pair of tumuli protruding from his elephant head, in order to obtain power for his function of destroying all the obstacles on the path of progress of the three worlds.
The three worlds are composed of the 9 elements, namely fire, earth, ether, water, air, direction, time, soul, and mind. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, from whom they originate, in whom they exist, and into whom they enter at the time of universal cataclysm. The sun, who is the king of all planets, full of infinite effulgence, the image of the good soul, is as the eye of this world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in pursuance of whose order the sun performs his journey, mounting the wheel of time. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, by whose conferred power are maintained the manifested potencies that are found to exist of all virtues, all vices, the Vedas, the penances, and all jivas, from Brahma to the meanest insect. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, who burns up to their roots all fruitive activities of those who are imbued with devotion and impartially ordains for each the due enjoyment of the fruits of one's activities, of all those who walk in the path of work, in accordance with the chain of their previously performed works. No less in the case of the tiny insect that bears the name of Indragopa than in that of Indra, king of the Devas. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, the meditators of whom, by meditating upon him, under the sway of wrath, amorous passion, natural friendly love, fear, parental affection, delusion, reverence, and willing service, attain to bodily forms befitting the nature of their contemplation.
I worship that transcendental seat known as Shwetadeep, where as living consorts the Lakshmis in their unalloyed spiritual essence practice the amorous service of the Supreme Lord Krishna as their only lover, where every tree is a transcendental purpose tree, where the soil is the purpose gem, all water is nectar, every word is a song, every gait is a dance, the flute is the favorite attendant, effulgence is full of transcendental bliss, and the supreme spiritual entities are all enjoyable and tasty, where numberless milk cows always emit transcendental ocean of milk, where there is eternal existence of transcendental time, who is ever present and without past or future, and hence is not subject to the quality of passing away, even for the space of half a moment. That realm is known as Goloka, only to a very few self-realized souls in this world. On hearing these hymns containing the essence of the truth, the Supreme Lord Krishna said to Brahma, Brahma, if you experience the inclination to create offspring by being endowed with the real knowledge of the glory of Godhead, listen, my beloved, from me to this science set forth in the following 5 shlokas. When the pure spiritual experience is excited by means of cognition and service, bhakti, super excellent, unalloyed, devotional characterized by love for Godhead, is awakened towards Krishna, the beloved of all souls. The highest devotion is attained by slow degrees by the method of constant endeavor for self-realization with the help of scriptural evidence, theistic conduct, and perseverance in practice. These preliminary practices of devotion, sadhana bhakti, are conducive to the realization of loving devotion. Loving devotion, than whom there is no superior well-being, who goes hand in hand with the attainment of the exclusive state of supreme bliss, and who can lead to myself. Abandoning all meritorious performance, serve me with faith. The realization will correspond to the nature of one's faith. The people of the world act ceaselessly in pursuance of some ideal. By meditating on me by means of those deeds, one will obtain devotion characterized by love in the shape of the supreme service.
Listen, O Vidhi, I am the seed. That is the fundamental principle of this world of animate and inanimate objects. I am Pradhana, the substance of matter. I am Prakriti, material cause, and I am the Purush, efficient cause. This fiery energy that belongs specially to Brahman, that inheres in you, has also been conferred by me. It is by bearing this fiery energy that you regulate this phenomenal world of animate and inanimate objects.
If you look on your book stand, you'll find this blue book. And on the first page is the Brahma Samhita in Sanskrit. And we'll stand up before the deities and we'll sing these prayers in their entirety. Shvara Parama Krishna. One second. Ishvara Parama Krishna Sakchidananda Vigraha Anarirarir Govinda Sarvakarana Karanam Sahasrapatra Kamalam Gokulakyam Mahatpadam Tatkarnikaram Taddama Tadadantam Shasambhavam Karnikaram Mahadyantram Shatkonam Bhadrakilakam Sharanga Shatpadistanam Prakritya Purushena Cha Premananda Mahananda Rasena Vastitam Hiyat Jyoti Rupena Manuna Kama Bijena Sangatam Tadkinchalkam Tadangshanam Tapatrani Shriyamapi Chaturasram Tatpaditaha Shvetadvipakyam Adbhutam Chaturasram Chaturmurtesh Chaturdama Chatuskritam Chaturbir Purushartaischa Chaturbir Hetubir Vratam Shulara Dasha Biranadham Urdvado Didvavikshvapi Ashtabhir Nidibir Justam Ashtabhi Siddhibhistata Manurupaisha Dashabhir Dikpalai Parito Vratam Shamar Gauraischa Raktaischa Shuklaisha Parashadarshabahi Shobitam Shaktibhistabhir Adbhutabi Samantataha Evam Jyotirmayo Deva Sadananda Paratparaha Atmaramasya Tasyasti Vityana Samagamaha Mayaya Ramamanasya Naviyogastayasaha Atmana Ramaya Reme Tyakvakalam Shashikshaya Niyati Sarama Devi Tapriya Tadvasham Tada Talingam Bhagavan Shambhur Jyoti Rupa Sanatanaha Yayoni Sapara Shakti Kamo Bijam Mahaddarehe Linga Yonyatmika Jata Ima Maheshwari Praja Shaktiman Purusha Soyam Linga Rupi Maheshwaraha Tasmina Pirabulinge Mahavishnu Jagatpatihi Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha Sahasraksa Sahasrapad Sahasrabahur Vishvatma Sahasramsha Sahasrasuhu Narayana Sabhagavan Apastasmat Sanatanad Avirasit Kararnarno Niti Sankarshanatmakaha Yoga Nidram Katastasmin Sahasram Shasvayam Mahan Tadroma Bilajaleshu Bijam Sankarsanasya Cha Hayamanyandari Jatani Mahabhuta Vratani Tu Pratyandam Evamekam Shad Ekam Shad Vishati Swayam Sahasra Murda Vishvatma Mahavishnu Sanatanaha Vaman Gadasrajad Vishnum Dakshinanga Prajapatim Jyotirlinga Mayam Shambhum Kurchadeshad Avasrajat Ahankaratmakam Vishvam Tasmat Etad Vyajayata Atataistri Vidhervesher Lilam Udvahatakila Yoga Nidra Bhagavati Tashra Shir Iva Sangata Shashikshayam Chatona Bhes Tasya Padbam Vanirya Yao Tannalam Hemanalinam Brahmano Lokam Adbhutam Tatvani Purvarudhani Karanani Parasparam Samabhaya Prayogachcha Vibhinnani Pratak Pratak Chitshakya Sajjamanota Bhagavan Adi Purushaha Yojayan Maya Devo Yoga Nidra Makalpayat Yojayitva Tutanyeva Prabhivesha Swayam Guham Guham Pravishte Tasminstu Jivatma Pratibudyate Sanityo nitya sambandha prakritischa paraivasa evam sarvatma sambandham nabhyam padmam harirabhut tatra brahmad babad bhuyash chaturvedi chaturmukhaha sanjato bhagavat chaktya tatkalam kilachoditaha sashikshayam matim chakre purva samskara samskritaha Tadarsha kevalam dvantam nanyat kim apisarvataha Uvacha puratastasvai tasya divya saraswati Kama krishaya govindaya he gopi jana ityapi Vallabhaya priyahmanir mantram te dasyati priyam Tapastvam tapaetena tavasidhir bhavishyati Atate pe sasuchiram prinan govindam avyayam Shweta dipa patin krishnam golokastham paratparam Prakritya gunarupinya rupinya paryupasitam Sahasradala sampanne kotikinjoka brahmite Bhumischintamanistattra karnikari mahasane Samasinam chidanandam jyotirupam sanatanam Shabda brahma mayam venum padayantam mukambuje Valasini ganavratam swashar amshar abhishtutam Atavenu nanadasya trayimurti mahigatihi Spuranti prabhiveshashu mukhabjani swayambhuvaha Gayatrim gayatas tasmad adigatya sarojachaha Samskritas-chari gununa dvijatam agamattataha Traya prabhutota vidhir vignata tatvasagaraha Tushtava vidasarena stotrinani nakeshavam Chintamani prakadasadma sukalpa vriksha Laksha vriteshu surabira pipalayantam Lakshmi sahasra shatasambrama sevyamanam Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Venum kvanantam aravindam dalayataksham Barhavatam samasitam buddhasundarangam Kandarpakoti kamaniya vishesha shobham Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Alola chandra kalasadvanamalya vamshi Radnangadam pranayakeli kalavilasham Shyamam tribangalalitam niyata prakasham Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Angani yassa sakalendriya vritti manti Pashanti panti kalayanti chidam jaganti Ananda chinmaya sadhujvala vigrahasya Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Advaitam achutam anadim anantarupam Adyam purana purusham navayovanam cha Vedeshu dulamam adulamam atmabhaktau Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Pantastu koti shatavatsara sampragamyo Vayo radhapi maraso munipungavanam Sopyastiya praparasinya vichintya tatve Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Eko pyasaura charitum jagadanda kotim Yachchakti rasti jagadanda chayaya danta Handantarasta paramanu chayantarastam Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yadbhava bhavitadiyo manujastataiva Samprapya rupa mahima shayanana bhusha Sukteryameva nigama pratitaistuvanti Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Ananda chinmaya rasa pratibhavitavis Tabhirya eva nijarupa taya kalabhi Goloke eva nivasatya kilatma bhuto Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Premanjana churita bhakti vilochanena Santaksadeva hridayeshi vilokayanti Yam shama sundaram achintya gunaswarupam Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Ramari muti shukalani amena tishtan Nanavataram akaro bhuvanesha kintu Krishna swayam samababat paramapumanyo Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yasya prabha prabhavato jagadanda koti Koti shashesha vasudari vibhuti pindam Tad brahma nishkalam anantam ashesha bhutam Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Maya hiyasya jagadanda shatani sute Traigunyatad vishaya veda pitayamana Sattva valambi parasattvam vishuddha sattvam Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Ananda chinmaya rasatmataya manasu Yapraninam pratipalam smarutam upetya Lilayatena bhuvanani jayatya jastram Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Golokanamni nijadamni tale tatasya Devi mahesha haridam suteshu teshu Te prabhavan chaya vihitascha yena Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Shri stiti pralaya sarana shakti reka Chayeva yasya bhuvanani vibharati turga Ichchanurupam api hasya chateshtatesa Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Shiram yatad vikad vishesha yogad Sanjayate nahitatah pratagasti heto Yashambhutam apitata samupaiti karyad Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Departure eva hirashantanamabhyupetya Dipayate vravrta hetu samana dharma Yasthadrageva hicha vishnu chaya vibhati Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yatharnarna bhajale bhajati sma yoga Nidramananta jagadanda saromakupaha Adhara shaktim avalamya param samurtim Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yasyaikani svisitakalamatavalambhya Jivanti loma vilaja jagadannanata Vishnur mahansa iha yasya kala vishesho Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Bhasmanyatasma sakaleshin nijeshi tejaha Swiyam kiya prakatayat tapitadvadatra Brahmaya esha jagadanda vidhana karta Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yat pada pallava yugam vinidaya kumbha Dvande pranama samaye saganadi rajaha Vignan vinantum alamasya jagatrayasya Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Nandami ganganamam mumurudishascha Kalastatatma manasiti jagatrayani Yasmad bhavanti vibhavanti vishanti yamcha Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yachchakshudesha savita sakala grahanam Raja samasta suramuti rashesha tejaha Yastyajnaya brahmati sambratakala chakro Govindamari purusham hamaham bhajami Dharmo tapapa nichaya shrutayastapamsi Brahmarikita patagabadayascha jivaha Yadatra matra vibhava prakata prabhava Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yastrit pamatavindra mohosa karma Bandhanurupa palabhajanamatunoti Karmani nirdahati kintu cha bhakti bhajam Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Yam krodha kama sahaja praniyadi bhiti Vatsalya moha guru gaurava seva bhavai Sanchintya tassa sadrishim tanamapurete Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Govindamari purusham dhamaham bhajami Sriya kanta kanta parama purusha kalpataravo Druma bhumischintamani ghanamayi toyamamratam Kataganam natyam kamanamapi vamshi priyasaki Chidanandam jyoti paramapi tarasvadyam apicha Sayatra shiradhi sravati surabhibhyascha sumahan Nimesha dyakyo vrajati nahi yatrapi samayaha Bhaje shweta dvipam tamaham iha golokamitiyam Vidantaste shantakshiti viralachara katipaye Ato vacha mahavishnur bhagavantam mahjapatim Brahman mahatva vignane prachasarge chachinmatihi Pancha shloki mimam vidyam vatsatatvam nibodame Prabhude jnana bhaktivyam atmayananda chinmayi Ude tunatama bhaktir bhagava prema lakshana Pramanaist tatsaracharais tadabhyaser nirantaram Bodhayanat manatmanam bhaktimapyutamam labhe Yasya shreyaskaram nasti yaya nivritumapnuyat Yasarayati mameva bhaktim tameva sarayet Dharma manyan parityaja mamekam bhaja vishwasan Yadrishi yadrishi shraddha siddhir bhavati tadrishi Kurvan nirantaram karma loko yam manavartate Tenaiva karmanadhyayam mam param bhaktimicchati Aham hi vishwasya characharasya bhijam pradanam prakritihi pumamscha Maya hitam teja idam bibarshi vide videhi tomato jaganti Ishvara parama Krishna sakchit ananda vigraha Anadiradir govinda sarva karana karanam Iti Sri Brahma Sanghita Sampurnam Hari Om Jai Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan Ji Ki Jai. that laptop so I can see it. Unless another person. Take that water off. Wires everywhere. I need another one.
This one will not show in the broadcast. This is for this room.
Whatever. They just liked it to be framed. That's all. That's okay. We get to see this one. I want it straight. Can I have another table? Is there one? If there's not, then it's okay. No problem. Hare Krishna. Can you tune this? Yeah. You know how? Drop. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Nena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manopishtam Stapitam Nena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Parakamalam Sri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajata Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Param Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinapando Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Welcome everyone to this sanctuary. We've come to take shelter from the onslaught of the three modes of material nature, the three miseries, Adi Atmic, Adi Bhautik, Adi Daivik. Constantly we're afflicted in the material world, and we need shelter. And prayer is a form of taking shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those with no faith sometimes criticize the power of prayer. They try to analyze it logically and say, but you prayed and maybe you didn't get the result that you asked for, therefore there's no God, and so forth. But those who actually have faith and pray deeply feel the reciprocation for themselves. Pratyaksha vagamam dharmyam, the perfection of religion, Krishna says, is directly perceived, is that which is directly perceived by the person who's engaged in the process. And where did that come from? Is it already gone in there? Don't use it then. All right. Use something else. Just use that book stand and not that. Upasana means worship. Asana means to sit. We're all sitting. And upa means close. So this meaning, how does sitting closer, really means how to come closer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the original light. He is the self of ourself. And the means by which we come closer to Him, we actually can feel His light, then we can feel His reciprocation. This is upasana. And prayer is one of the forms of upasana, of worship. And as we mentioned on Wednesday night, it's a universal process because all human beings, sometimes animals, because we did mention Gajendra, it's the natural instinct of the soul to connect to God. So nitya sambandha, prakritischa paraivasa. We're the same category as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The same quality. And we have an eternal kinship with the Lord. That is the satisfying situation for every living entity, to be situated in that mode of kinship and reciprocation with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So that comes about through prayer. And as we'll learn today, by following the footsteps of the great Vaishnavas, advanced devotees, those who have tread the path of pure devotion and have successfully overcome the anartas, the unwanted things within the heart which are obstacles to our relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as well as those eternal associates of the Lord who have never fallen into the material world, and Krishna mentions in the Bhagavad Gita, in the 15th chapter, as those who are, there's Shara and the Akshara, those who are fallible and the infallible. The Lord has associates who are on the perfect platform, who also offer prayers. And in our system of devotional service, we follow in the footsteps of these advanced devotees, whether they're sadhana siddhas or kripa siddhas or nitya siddhas. In the end, siddha is siddha. It doesn't matter how you got there. Prabhupada said that. Whether you're nitya siddha or sadhana siddha or kripa siddha is siddha. And we hear from this Brahma Samhita, when Krishna was giving instructions to Brahma, Sarva dharma parityaja mamekam bhaja vishvasan yadrishi shraddha siddhir bhavati tadrishi. This siddhi, this perfection, we come, as we increase our faith, we come closer and closer to Krishna. Actually, we're made of our faith. Krishna says in the 17th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And yesterday, Nirkula and I were listening to Prabhupada saying that no one moves without faith. You don't get in an airplane unless you have faith that they're going to take you to the place they say they're going to take you to. You just trust them. I don't know who's in the cockpit. I have no idea. I just trust United Airlines for some strange reason. And every move we make, we have faith. The spiritual world is the world of faith. As one great sadhu once said, it is a world of faith. And everything moves on faith. Shreya kanta parama purusha kalpataravo druma bhumish chintamani ganamai toyam amritam kataganam natyam gamanamapi vamshi priyasaki chidanandam jyoti paramapi taraswadyam api cha. This description of the spiritual world is full of dance, rhythm, music, and the joyful movements of the living entities there. Their speech comes out as song and perfect meter. Even in Vraj, as the gopis are churning the butter, making ghee and so forth, churning the yogurt. Their bangles are moving in time with their churning. And this mixes with their songs as they're absorbed in thinking of Krishna and separation, and they're churning the milk. Then that sound, the rhythm and the melodious sound of their voices mixes together and purifies the whole creation. And so the sounds of the prayers of the great devotees who are absorbed in love for Krishna is a purifying vibration. And we'll investigate today the different categories of prayers. It's amazing how many different feeling types of prayers there are. And of course, a prayer should be feeling. Otherwise, it becomes simply an utterance made out of obligation by cultural momentum. I may say so many prayers and not know what they mean. And a simple prayer which is uttered out of purity and with full feeling is better than an eloquent prayer in perfect Sanskrit or whatever language, Latin. We go to the Catholic Church, I think they do their prayers in Latin. Catholics, can we have a confirmation? I'm looking at Nirkula. Don't know any other Catholics in here. Can you sing any Latin prayers? No? If you think of them, let us know. They're beautiful. You go to any church, in mosques, there's the call to prayer you hear in India. Of course, you'd hear it a lot more in Pakistan or any of the Muslim countries where there's a call for prayer several times a day. How many times a day? 5 times a day. Yeah, at Govardhan, somehow there's a mosque out there and we can hear this call for prayer. It's a good idea. And we have our Sandhya Vandanam, where 3 times a day, we stop everything and sit down and pray. Who wants to do that? No, I don't have time. Too busy. Moving on. I have to make money. What you talking? You make money. But stopping and praying and thinking about what we're praying and feeling it from the heart is yoga. It's actual connection with Krishna when we do that. And sometimes it may not be so easy. One may notice that Sandhya Vandanam is easier in the morning time when the sun is just coming up and there's free nectar floating in the air. You don't have to pay anything for it. You barely even have to try. You just sit there and you can meditate and your mind can go right to Krishna. In the afternoon, maybe a little more difficult. There are more urgent matters. You've already got 32 emails that came in since the sun rose. And to actually sit down and concentrate the mind may be more difficult, and so forth. And so there are times during the day which are ideal for prayer. Ideally, as Krishna says in the 12th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, we should continually think of him. In many other places, he says, Ananya Cheta Satatam. Always absorb your mind in me with no other consideration. But we can't do that. I can't do that. Therefore, there's a way in which, he says, follow the rules and regulations of devotional service until you come to that point. And so there are times during each day. There are times during each week. There are times during each month. Times during each year. Times during each lifetime, in the lifetime, that we should take time out to absorb ourselves through contemplation, through prayer. And we have to experience it for ourselves. Otherwise, we'll be reabsorbed into the flow of thoughts, desires, and actions in the material world. Unless we develop an inner life ourselves, we have to be absorbed The advancement that we get comes from our absorption, and that we must arrange. As Rupa Goswami says, you should arrange your life. This is the essence of all advice, so that you can pray. If you can't pray, if you don't have a place to pray where you can do so successfully, if you don't have a time set up during the day when you can pray successfully and be absorbed, upasana means you sit down and you come closer to Krishna, then where's the question of advancement? If I say prayers unfeelingly or out of rote or out of obligation, without thinking about them, without actually performing upasana, which means sitting in the asana and coming closer to the Lord. Not necessarily that you have to sit, you can stand or dance also, but the absorption must be there. You must come closer. You have to feel it for yourself. This is advancement in spiritual life. You have to get it. So prayer makes this accessible. A simple prayer uttered from the heart is always successful. And as Gajendra says in his prayers to the Lord is never inattentive. He's never lazy. He's always observing the living entity, and as the Upanishads say, as one bird is the eating bird in the tree and the other bird is the observing tree, the eating bird is the jiva, who is in the material world with the idea that there's something in it for him, and he's trying to enjoy the various fruits of the material world. And the Lord is the witnessing bird. And all he's asking for, really, is some bhakti, some feeling from the living entity. And then there's rasa, then there's bhakti. There's that connection. And this can be attained by anyone, anywhere, under any circumstances. If Gajendra could attain perfection, or pleased, means pleasing the Lord, if Krishna is satisfied by our prayers, then we'll feel satisfaction because we're part and parcel of Krishna. If Krishna is satisfied by the service that we do, by the prayer that we offer, then we'll feel satisfaction. Bhaktya tutosha bhagavan gajayutapaya means that Gajendra satisfied the Lord. Prahlad Maharaj certified it. He said Gajendra satisfied the Lord. And when did he pray? When he had a crocodile stuck to his leg. So you can pray at any time. Sometimes we hear when the plane is going down, people really start praying. And George Harrison talked about that. He was on an airplane and the plane started going down. And he started screaming the Hare Krishna mantra. Everyone thought, we're going down. This is the last minute. But if we can remember that the plane is already going down. Not that we're in a hyper state at every second, but if we can actually, through contemplation, remember that I'm on an airplane going down into the ocean right now, and keep it a constant, steady state of prayer within our mind and heart, then this is yoga, and this is the perfection of devotional service, to have that connection with the Lord. The other day when we were asking for verses, I guess it was when we were in Philadelphia, I was asking devotees in the room while we were waiting for prasadam to recite verses about the holy name, and Madhukari gave Apana samsritim goram yannama vivishogranan tatasadyo vimuchita yabhipeti swayambayam. That the holy name is all-powerful. It's Krishna himself. He's feared by fear personified. And anyone at any time can take advantage of the holy name, to be connected to Krishna, to be protected, to be reconnected. Apana samsritim goran yannama vivishogranan. Can you look the verse up? Just probably in the first canto of the Bhagavatam. Page 156. Who said that? Malini. You a big fan of the verse? Huh? Or photographic memory? Apana Apanaha means being entangled. Samsritim, in the hurdle of birth and death. Ghoram, too complicated. How's it sound so far? Familiar? Just the words, apanaha, being entangled, samsritim, in the hurdle of birth and death. Ghoram, too complicated. Yet, what? Nama, the absolute name. So here we are, entangled in the complicated meshes of repeated birth and death. And who comes to our rescue? The name of Krishna. Vivashaha, unconsciously, granan, chanting, tata. From that, sadhya, at once, vimucheta, gets freedom. Yet, that which, bipeti, fears, swayam, personally, payam, fear itself. Living beings who are entangled in the complicated meshes of birth and death can be freed immediately by even unconsciously chanting the holy name of Krishna, which is feared by fear personified. I noticed that our Damodar Vamsidhari always has the name of Jagannath on his lips, ready to go. We were sitting in the temple room one day, and something fell from the wall and made a crash, and he said, "Oh, Jagannath!" And wherever we are, something moves in the wrong way. He's like, "Jagannath!" He's always ready with Jagannath. So we should. This is the state of the residents of Vrindavan. Forest fire comes, and they say, "Krishna, Krishna." This is our only recourse. We can't be protected any other way except taking shelter of the name. So the name is the ultimate prayer. Name is the ultimate prayer. And we should align ourselves with the name. No one else, nothing else. Shukadeva Goswami says that all other forms of protection are simply fallible soldiers, taking shelter of fallible soldiers. But the name is real. The name is eternally all-powerful and all-merciful and so forth. So our major prayer, Jiva Goswami says, especially in Kali Yuga, when all the other kinds of mantras and prayers that we utter from the Vedas, we do it all wrong. We make all kinds of mistakes. It's inevitable. Nobody's trained in Kali Yuga. Nobody has time to do it right. The atmosphere is so polluted that whatever kinds of Vedic rites, rituals, anything that you perform, even deity worship, it must be preceded and followed by the chanting of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. That makes everything perfect. And that's required. Only one thing required in Kali Yuga. Everything else is optional. So, as we move forward hearing about prayer, we can remember the simplest form of prayer given to us by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is taking shelter of the name of Krishna. Oh, Jagannath! Oh, Jagannath. Look at this, how beautiful. Vishaka Leela made this. Now, we're going to describe various kinds of prayers which are delineated in this beautiful book called Sri Prarthana by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. And he lists here 10 kinds of prayers, 10 different categories of prayers which are famous in the Vaishnav canon. And so the first one, we see here a picture of the demigods offering prayers to Lord Krishna within the womb of Devaki. This comes in the 10th canto, 2nd chapter. And these are very famous prayers. Samprarthanatmika, which means words of direct prayer to the Lord. And this is a sample. If you'd please get me the 10th canto, 2nd chapter. O Supreme Controller, your Lordship previously accepted incarnations as a fish, a horse, a tortoise, Nrsingadev, a boar, a swan, Lord Ramachandra, Parusharam, and among the demigods, Vamandev, to protect the entire world by your mercy. Now please protect us again by your mercy, by diminishing the disturbances in this world. O Krishna, best of the Yadus, we respectfully offer our obeisances unto you. So there are many cases we'll find in the Srimad Bhagavatam when the devotees are offering prayers directly to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And this is the first category, 10-40. Srila Prabhupada's purport. In every incarnation, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has a particular mission to execute. And this was true in his appearance as the son of Devaki in the family of the Yadus. Thus all the demigods offered their prayers to the Lord, bowing down before him, and requested the Lord to do the needful. We cannot order the Supreme Personality of Godhead to do anything for us. We can simply offer him our obeisances as advised in Bhagavad Gita. Manmana pavanmad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru, and pray to him for annihilation of dangers. So this we can cultivate, that the Supreme Lord is wonderful in all respects, and there are thousands and thousands of these prayers that address him and his qualities and glorify him. And so we can catch any one of these prayers, and in this way, mantra is called mantra upasana. I mentioned the word upasana earlier, but mantra upasana means that there's a snapshot, basically, a still photo. Like with our deity worship, we have a still photo of the Lord standing in his Tribhanga form. And we sing the prayers to the Lord, glorifying him and appreciating his aspect of standing in his threefold bending form with Radha. And in that way we can meditate on that aspect of the Lord eternally in one specific scene. And who can think of other prayers that are directly to the Lord, that are in the Srimad Bhagavatam or another scripture? Mukharavind.
Queen Kunti Maharani prays to in one of the...
Definitely. He's standing right there, right? And can you please say one of them? That's your favorite?
Namo Pankaj Nabhaya, Namah Pankaj Nabhaya, Namah Pankaj Maline, Namah Pankaj Netraya, Namaste Pankajangrahe. That means...
Expound.
Namah Pankaj Nabhaya. So here Kunti Maharani is... because she is happened to be aunt of the Lord Sri Krishna in this lila, so she started from meditating of the Lord's limb from the navel. So Namah Pankaj Nabhaya, she is telling that I offer obeisances to your navel. Namah Pankaj Nabhaya. Namah Pankaj Maline, I offer... Maline means in the head, the face, I think. Maline. And Namah Pankaj... what chest? The chest. Maline means chest. Namah Pankaj Netra, then I worship your beautiful lotus eye. And Namaste Pankaj, then lotus feet at last. I offer...
Can you get that verse?
Yeah.
Get that.
It's 1:8.
Take it from the first canto, from the book. Another? Yes, Gandharvika. So this prayer, just before we move on, of Queen Kunti, it's very sweet because she has a relationship with him as she's his aunt. And as Prabhupada mentions in his purport, she's considering that if I begin from the lotus feet, which is the etiquette, one begins from the lotus feet of the Lord and then works his way up in meditation or in mentioning the Lord's features out of a sense of humility. We start with the feet. But she felt that if I do that, he may feel uncomfortable because I'm in a relationship with him as his aunt. So if I submit myself to his lotus feet first, that will seem unnatural. This is the sense of love that comes in the relationship with the devotees and the Lord. And therefore she begins by talking about his lotus navel. Nama pankajanabhaya. So nama means respectful obeisances, and this is used in so many prayers, nama, which actually means not me. Nama, not me. I'm putting myself in a lower position, offering myself to someone. Pankajanabhaya, unto the Lord who has specific depression resembling a lotus flower in the center of his abdomen, namaha, obeisances. Pankajamalane, who is always decorated with a garland of lotus flowers. Nama, obeisances. Pankajanitraya, one whose glance is as cooling as the lotus flower. Namaste, respectful obeisances. Nama pankaja angraye, unto you, the soles of whose feet are engraved with the lotus flowers and are therefore said to possess lotus feet. My respectful obeisances are unto you, O Lord, whose abdomen is marked with a depression like a lotus flower, who are always decorated with garlands of lotus flowers, whose glance is as cool as the lotus, and whose feet are engraved with lotuses. Here's Prabhupada's purport, because this goes to the kind of nuance in offering prayer that I was just speaking about. Here are some of the specific symbolic marks on the spiritual body of the personality of Godhead which distinguish his body from the bodies of all others. They are all special features of the body of the Lord. The Lord may appear as one of us, but he is always distinct by his specific bodily features. Srimati Kunti claims herself unfit to see the Lord because of her being a woman. This is claimed because women, Shudras, the laborer class, and the Dvija Bandhus, or the wretched descendants of the higher three classes, are unfit by intelligence to understand the transcendental subject matter concerning the spiritual name, fame, attributes, forms, etc. of the Supreme Absolute Truth. Such persons, although they are unfit to enter into the spiritual affairs of the Lord, can see him as the Archa Vigraha, who descends on the material world just to distribute favors to the fallen souls, including the above-mentioned women, Shudras, and Dvija Bandhus. Because such fallen souls cannot see anything beyond matter, the Lord condescends to enter into each of and every one of the innumerable universes as Garbhodakshai Vishnu, who grows a lotus stem from the lotus-like depression in the center of his transcendental abdomen. And thus Brahma, the first living being in the universe, is born. Therefore the Lord is known as Pankajanabi. The Pankajanabi Lord accepts the Archa Vigraha, his transcendental form, in different elements, namely a form within the mind, a form made of wood, a form made of earth, a form made of metal, a form made of a jewel, a form made of paint, a form drawn on sand, etc. All such forms of the Lord are always decorated with garlands of lotus flowers, and there should be a soothing atmosphere in the temple of worship to attract the burning attention of the non-devotees always engaged in material wranglings. The meditators worship a form within the mind. Therefore the Lord is merciful even to the women, Shudras, and Dvija Bandhus, provided they agree to visit the temple of worship in different forms made for them. Such temple visitors are not idolaters, as alleged by some men with a poor fund of knowledge. All the great acharyas established such temples of worship in all places just to favor the less intelligent, and one should not pose himself as transcending the stage of temple worship while one is actually in the category of the Shudras and the women or less. One should begin to see the Lord from his lotus feet, gradually rising to the thighs, waist, chest, and face. One should not try to look at the face of the Lord without being accustomed to seeing the lotus feet of the Lord. Srimati Kunti, because of her being the aunt of the Lord, did not begin to see the Lord from the lotus feet, because the Lord might feel ashamed. And thus Kunti Devi, just to save a painful situation for the Lord, began to see the Lord just above his lotus feet, that is, from the waist of the Lord, gradually rising to the face, and then down to the lotus feet. In the round, everything there is there in order. Okay. Rasika Shiromani, did you have a... Were you? Oh, it was Gandharvika. Go ahead. Gandharvika, then Rasika Shiromani.
No, one direct prayer that I like to Nrsingadev is Yadi dasyasi me kaman varamstam varadarshaba kamanam hridya samroham bhavatastu vranevaram. So where Prahlad Maharaj prays that if at all you want to bestow me with a benediction, give me the benediction that I don't have any material desires within the core of the heart. And also I remembered another prayer where Lord Shiva says that the lotus navel of the Lord is so beautiful that the entire creation, when it sees the navel, it came out of the navel but it wants to go back into it. So those are the two things that came to my mind.
Nice. Rasika? And then Pratibha?
This prayer from Prahlad Maharaj Nrsingadev. Balasya neha sharanam pitaro nishinga nartasya chagadam udanvati majjato nau taptasya tat pratividirya ihan jasetas tavad vibho tanubhritam tvat upekshitanam. I like this one, I'll just read the translation. Yeah. My Lord Nrsingadev, O Supreme, because of a bodily conception of life, embodied souls neglected and not cared for by you cannot do anything for their betterment. Whatever remedies they accept, although perhaps temporarily beneficial, are certainly impermanent. For example, a father and mother cannot protect their child, a physician and medicine cannot relieve a suffering patient, and a boat on the ocean cannot protect a drowning man.
Thank you. Pratibha.
This is a direct prayer that Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita sings in glorification of Krishna. And it goes, Tvamadi devaha purushaha purana Tvamasya vishvasya param nidhanam Vetasi vedyam cha param cha dhama Tvaya tatam vishwamananta rupa. So he's glorifying Krishna by singing that you are the oldest supreme Purusha person. And you're the Vedic knowledge of, you're the ultimate Vedic knowledge. And you're the ultimate abode of the whole universe. So that's one of my favorite.
Yeah. Nice. You can't go wrong with Arjuna's prayers in the Bhagavad Gita. We have so much to choose from. Okay. Swadhyanya Bodhika. So, Dainya is utter humility. And there's a very precise definition of Dainya given in the Brihat Bhagavatamrita by Sanatana Goswami. And in that, he describes how, as one advances in devotional service, one develops this utter humility. It's a concomitant aspect of one's advancement in devotional service, to become utterly humble. It doesn't mean that one has low self-esteem. It doesn't mean that one becomes depressed. There's a kind of ecstasy in this dainya, or utter humility, in that one feels oneself more and more fallen and lowly, and at the same time, paradoxically, one is becoming more and more qualified. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also mentions this phenomena when he describes the 9 symptoms of bhava to Sanatana Goswami. And he says that although the devotee is the most qualified, as he advances, he feels himself more and more fallen. So Swadhyanya Bodhika is an offering of prayers expressing humility to the Lord. And we find this in many, many places, but here is one of the prayers, which is in the famous 14th chapter of the 10th canto, which is a very important chapter because this particular section of the Bhagavatam gives us the Gaudiya Vaishnava Siddhanta. It proves the Gaudiya Vaishnava Siddhanta which is brought forward by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the Goswamis, that Govinda is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And here are one of the prayers uttered by Lord Brahma. Pashyesha me naram ananda adye, Pashyesha me naram ananda adye, Paratmani tvayapi mayini, Mayam vitat yekshitum atma vaibhavam, Yaham kiyan aicham ivarchir agnau. Lord Brahma said to Lord Krishna, after he felt utter defeat, not so much defeat, he was happy to accept that defeat. He was curious more than anything, because Krishna is eternally a curiosity. How is it that God is a cowherd boy? And Brahma's extremely educated, very sophisticated. He's known as Vidhi. Means he does everything right. According to the Vedic principles. In fact, his samskars are so strong, because to become Brahma, you must perform the Vedic samskars perfectly for 100 lifetimes. No messing up. And then you become qualified. Your samskars are so strong that then we can offer you this post of Brahma. So he's known as Vidhi. And as he comes to see Krishna, the little cowherd boy, he hears all how Krishna has killed Aghasura and the demigods are worshiping Krishna and so forth, and he comes to see for himself, what's all the clamor? And then he sees Krishna having a picnic in the forest with his friends. And he's not even eating with his right hand. And you can imagine Vidhi's is like, all right, I know there's a lot of manifestations of the Lord and so forth. And so, just sort of as a way to, out of curiosity, he stole away the calves and the cowherd boys. And of course, Krishna immediately remanifested them, and this was all part of a greater Leela, so that the residents of Vrindavan could actually hold Krishna personally, and all the parents could have Krishna in their home, and the mothers could feed him directly and so forth, which was their desire. And Krishna fulfills everyone's desires. So he made this arrangement. And afterwards, of course, no one could understand what Krishna was doing, even Balaram. And in this pastime, it's revealed how Krishna is the supreme. Even Balaram had to remove layers, or Krishna was removing layers of his yoga maya one after the other, until Balaram finally said, oh, I see what's going on. Because there were odd things going on in Vraj. The way the parents were reacting to their children, being so affectionate, more than they'd ever been before. And then the cows, they became exuberant and ran down the hill to meet with their calves, even after they had been separated at one point. And Balaram was thinking, is this some kind of a demon making some strange energy in Vraj that's causing this? And that he, one by one, he ruled out these various causes, and then he saw, oh, it's Krishna. Krishna revealed to him, oh, and then he said, okay, I see what you're doing, Krishna. And then Brahma, of course, he came in bewildered that I stole away the calves and cows, but now they're here again. And how is this done? And then Krishna revealed to him that all these calves and boys that he had manifested were actually Narayan forms. They were his, and that those forms were bowing down to Krishna, the cowherd boy. And he saw the entire universe animated and all circumambulating Krishna, and that everything came from him. And he fell down at the feet of Krishna, and he offered these prayers in great humility, that although I'm the great Brahma, and other people may say they know Krishna, they know something, but I say I know nothing. I'm Brahma, I know nothing. I don't know anything about Krishna, I give up. And then he said, give up your endeavor to know Krishna by your intelligence. Jnane prayasam udapasya namanta eva. He said, don't endeavor in that way. It's a way to control. It's to want to know everything. He said, give that up. Just do your sadhana. Just do upasana. Mantra upasana. Pray from your heart that Krishna, I don't know you. I can't know you. But please, let me be close to you. Let me be your servant. This is all we can do. This is our relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. People demand, show me God. We'll bring him to court. Bring him to court, make him prove he's God. But he doesn't have to show up. He'll just say, I'm not coming, sorry. You can't approach him in that way. You can only approach through these kinds of prayers. So expressing humility is very relishable activity. And therefore we find that great acharyas like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, who are on the highest platform, they're already established in their personal relationship with Krishna. Yet they're expressing prayers of humility that I'm the most fallen soul of all. And that I've wasted my whole life. I have no connection with Krishna and so forth. Because it's very relishable to express one's humility in this kind of prayer. So what other types of prayers can you remember, expressions of great humility? Mukharavind.
Not exactly remember. You have to complete when Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami started writing, then he told that Jagai Madai se mui sa papishta something.
That's a nice one, yeah. Kaviraj Goswami, who wrote the Chaitanya Charitamrita, says that I'm lower than a worm in stool. This is his actual feeling of humility as he's attempting to write the Chaitanya Charitamrita. I'm lower than a worm in stool. Yeah.
Before Prahlad Maharaj offers his prayers to Lord Nrsingadev, he says, how can I, a mere boy, offer prayers unto you after so many demigods cannot do it? But then he compares it to Gajendra, that he was an elephant, but he did it. So
nice. Prahlad, although he's the most qualified, and that's why Lord Nrsingadev came to protect him, he says, what can I say? A mood of humility. What else? Yes, Malini.
In the prayer, Nam Namakari Bahuda Nija Sarva Shaktis, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is glorifying the holy name. And in the end, he says, I have no attraction, though you are present in your holy names, but I am so unfortunate I have no attraction for them.
It's a really good point, because in the Shikshashtakam we find he says, Durdaivam idrishami hajani nanuragaha. Nanuragaha, I have no bhav. I don't have any attraction for it. And that's because Durdaivam, I'm unfortunate, really means that the demigods are, I'm star-crossed, I'm vexed. And then, what's the recourse? He says, I have no attraction, I'm very fallen, I'm cursed, basically. So then the next verse comes, Trinadapi sunichena. This is all you can do. Become very, very humble. And this is the method for moving ahead. It's this expressing humility through prayers. I'm so low, I can't do anything. We find this in our service, that as we want to perform service and we may feel ourselves unqualified, or we find out as we perform it that we're definitely unqualified because somehow or other it's not going right. What can we do? We can pray with great humility. Say, I'm unqualified, but somehow or other I've been put into this situation. So please show me how to do this, my Lord. I'm the most fallen. I don't deserve to be here. I don't deserve to be amongst these other devotees. I'm the lowest of the low. Please empower me to do this service. Hansapriya.
I think what you just mentioned, it reminds me of Srila Prabhupada's prayers in Jalduta.
Prabhupada's prayers in the Jaladuta when he's approaching and he says that I'm not qualified, please empower me. Recently, Madhukari Prabhu wrote me a letter and he was telling me that he finds that when he's on book distribution, where he finds himself quite frequently, that if he makes himself very, very humble, keeps himself in a very humble state of mind, then the books they flow out easily. And he constantly reminds himself that he's lowly, fallen, he has no power other than that what's coming through him. And one can pray like this in one's service to stay in this condition. In fact, when Prabhupada talks about deity worship, there's a very moving lecture that Prabhupada gives about deity worship and how to perform it. And Srila Prabhupada's describing the mood one should be in, and he says that this is the most important aspect of deity worship. And then he says that, Krishna, I've brought you this flower, I'm unqualified, and then he said, I'm fallen and rotten. And as Prabhupada says that, his voice breaks, and he actually begins to, emotionally, his emotion comes out that he's, breaking, about to cry. And if you listen to the tape, then you'll feel like that also. He'll say, I'm very fallen and rotten. And as he says the word rotten, then he basically loses it, And the audience, who is ever listening to that lecture, will immediately feel the impact of it. Some atheist may say, well, prayers, they're just words and just syllables and so forth. Why does it have such an impact on those listening? When someone expresses through humility, even those who listen to the prayer become affected by it. We are not dead stones. We are sentient, conscious beings, and Krishna is the supreme conscious being. And when we feelingly offer prayers out of humility, then there's a reciprocation. Not only do those around us feel the effect, not only feel, Krishna reciprocates with this great feeling of humility. And this is the sum and substance of of advancement in devotional service, this feeling of humility. Dainya. Yes.
I just want to mention there's a prayer, Gopinath by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. That is kind of like the epitome of humility, because in every verse of that prayer.
Why don't you read two of them?
This is, O Gopinath, how will you purify me? I do not know what devotion is, and my materialistic mind is absorbed in fruitive work. I have fallen into this dark and perilous worldly existence. And then he says, O Gopinath, weeping and weeping, this sinner begs for an eternal place at your divine feet. Please give him your mercy.
I've heard Keshava Bharati Maharaj prescribe that prayer to various devotees and say, just read that every day and you'll get your japa back on track. You'll get your devotional service. So these prayers, if we're not feeling humility, we can take that advice. Thank you, Shraddha. Nice entry. And we can read those prayers, and then we'll begin feeling humility ourselves, and it will bring us to the proper state of consciousness. Sundarananda Prabhu.
I was thinking about how Srila Sanatana Goswami approached Lord Chaitanya with I think grass in his straw between his teeth, and offered prayers that I don't know anything, and he submitted himself to Lord Chaitanya.
He and Sanatana and Rupa came to Lord Chaitanya and said that you've come to save the most fallen. So he said, we've done a study and we found that we're the most qualified. Because we are the most fallen. Jagai and Madai, they're exalted compared to us. They didn't offend devotees. We're offenders to everybody, to cows, the Brahmins, to the devotees. So please consider us first. This is the power of humility and praying in humility, that it puts you at the front of the line. Okay. Next, Manak Shiksha. This Manak Shiksha is a form of prayer epitomized by Raghunath Das Goswami's actual stotram, which is called the Manak Shiksha. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur used to say, at night you should beat your mind with shoes, and in the morning you should beat your mind with broomsticks. So the mind is a wild beast and can devour us and has kept us in the material world life after life. And there are prayers offered feelingly to the mind, or in this case we call instructions to the mind. This is one of the forms of prayer that one can adopt. My dear mind, I humbly prostrate myself before you. Taking hold of your feet, I beseech you, please give up all pride and surrender fully to Sri Guru, to the spiritual abode of Rajdham, to the residence of Raj, to all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, to the Sattvic Brahmins, to the holy name of the Supreme Lord, and to the ever-fresh and youthful divine couple of blossoming beauty, Sri Shri Radha and Krishna, and in this way quickly develop sublime attachment to them. And in offering these kinds of prayers to the mind, we immediately remind ourselves that, and the mind, that our real prospect is in thinking of Krishna and serving the devotees. In one of his instructions to the mind, he laments that false pride that enters into the mind is like the stool of a hog. Please give it up, he says, mind. Don't touch that. It's like a child, who's going here, there, and everywhere, picking up everything, touching it, and so forth. The mind is unruly, like a child who is untrained. And through these instructions of the mind, one realizes, one reforms the mind and brings it back to its real prospect. And Krishna says in the Gita, Manmana bhava mad bhakto, just think of me. If you fix your mind upon me, then this is the perfection of devotional service, to think of Krishna. So the mind must be instructed, and we can find these prayers that are instructing our mind and be edified by reciting them and remembering it, that bring our mind back to its real prospects. Can anyone think of other prayers to the mind? Gandharvika beat you on this one, Mukaravind. And then Gandharvika, and then Mukaravind, and then Shamalangi. Oh, you were just pointing out.
I was just thinking of the song that by Govinda Dasa that we sing, Bhajahare Manashi Nandanandana. That song. Abhaya Charana. He gives many reasons why the mind should not be attached in the material world.
Nice. That's a famous one. Good one. Thank you. All words not entered into the mic are... It's like if a tree falls in the forest and no one was there.
In the page 189 in the Sloka book, in which the Kunti Maharani prays, Tvai me nanya visayamatir madhupate sakrit ratim uddhavata daddha gange vogham udanvati. So in which he prays, O Lord of Madhu, as the Ganges forever flows to the sea without hindrance, let my attraction be constantly drawn unto you without being diverted to anyone else.
So it's sort of a prayer to the mind. And then Rupa Goswami gives a similar, Yuvatinam yata yuni yunam cha yavata yata mano biramate tadman mano me ramatam twayi. So he's saying, just as young boys are attracted to young girls and young girls are attracted to young boys, let my mind be similarly attracted to you, O Lord. This is sort of an instruction to the mind. It's like, you know how you just did that? Do that for Krishna. Not over there, over here. So this is a very powerful way to remember that actually all the impulses that we have are actually meant for Krishna. It's just that our senses have become contaminated. And through devotional service, sarvopani vinirmuktam tapratvena nirmalam rishikena rishikesha sevanam bhaktir uchate. Through the process of devotional service and prayer, the senses become purified and free from designation, and then they become re-engaged in their actual service to Krishna. So, Vilat Patmika. This form of prayer, extreme lamentation, epitomized in this verse in the 10th canto, 31st chapter, 15th verse of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Atati yad bhavam anikananam Truti yugayate tvam upashyatam. Kutila kuntalam shimukam chate. Jada udikshatam pakshma kridrisham. When you go off to the forest during the day, a tiny fraction of a second becomes like a millennium for us because we cannot see you. And even when we can eagerly look upon your beautiful face, so lovely with this adornment of curly locks, our pleasure is hindered by our eyelids, which were fashioned by the foolish Creator. So this is a verse from the gopis who basically are calling Brahma a dunce because he didn't do a very good job of what? He didn't design the body in such a way that one could constantly gaze upon Krishna. Yes. Sure. All these materials are available on a final link we'll give you, and you can just download them for a small charge. No. So extreme lamentation. Who can also think of another prayer? Wow, Malini's right there. Okay, and then Sundar.
Jugaitam nimeshena chakshusha pravarshaitam shunyaitam jagat sarvam govinda virhenimi.
You took Sundar's, by the way. He's back there with extreme lamentation right now. Tell about the verse. Go ahead.
Like Lord Chaitanya is saying, like in separation from Krishna, I'm feeling like a moment to be like 12 years or more. And tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain. And I feel vacant in this world in your absence. So.
Beautiful. Nice one. Anything else? Oh, he's got a backup.
I was remembering Arjuna's prayers in the first canto. Not prayers, but lamentation and remembrance of Krishna when he actually goes to Dwaraka and he's not able to protect. Krishna leaves.
Nice, good one.
Leaves the. He warns of the pastimes, and he's not able to protect the queens and mothers of Dwaraka.
And then there are. Go ahead.
Yeah. Then he describes to Yudhishthira Maharaj how he remembers so many pastimes with the Lord and instructions of the Lord, and cries out.
Beautiful. Good save. Okay. Shraddha?
This one is from the Shad Goswami Astakam.
Yes.
Where they say, He Radhe Vraj Devi ke chalalite, He Nanda Suno Kutaha, Shri Govardhana Kalpa Pada Patale, Kalindi Vane Kutaha, Ghoshantav iti sarvato vrajapure, Kheder Maha Vihvalau. Vande Rupa Sanatano Yagurudao Shri Jeev Gopalakao.
So tell how it's a lamentation.
So they are feeling extreme separation from them, and the 6 Goswamis, they are chanting very loudly everywhere in Vrindavan, and they're going and trying to find where Radha is, where Krishna is.
Maybe a kind of separation.
It's a separation, yeah. So they're lamenting from separation.
Okay.
My favorite prayers are Ye Anilo Premadana, the separation of Vaishnava Thakurs.
Yeah. Also, Dhruva Maharaj lamented bitterly after he saw Krishna and then realized that he had these gross desires in the face of meeting Krishna, then all of those things became grotesque to him. And he lamented for a long time. Jagai Madai, after they were rectified by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, constantly cried and cried, especially Madai, who had actually hit Lord Nityananda in the head with a pot. He couldn't stop crying and lamenting that he had offended Lord Nityananda, and finally went and asked for service, and he built that Madai Ghat, to rectify and to serve all the devotees. So extreme lamentation. Then we have Vaishnav Mahima Prakasika, which is glorifying the Lord's devotees. And of course we have the Mangal Charan prayers, in which we offer our obeisances to our Acharya, to our Guru, to our Param Guru, to our Param Guru, to the whole disciplic succession. In the Gaudiya Mat, they sing that song written by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur that goes through the whole Shiksha Parampara and glorifies all the devotees and so forth. And we can find unlimited verses like this, specifically glorifying the Lord's devotees. And these are very tasty, very powerful. To think of even one great devotee and meditate on him, like we went to Jagannath Das Babaji's Bhajan Kutir when we were in Navadip. And just spending the afternoon there, meditating on that great soul, seeing the place where he is chanting eternally and so forth, and remembering him through prayers, we felt great ecstasy. And then think about how many devotees there are to think of and offer prayers to. Then we have Sri Guru Vaishnav Vignapati Rupa, and supplications made to the spiritual master. So, Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Pakati Sadma Bando Mui Savadhana Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai Bhavatori Ajay Krishna Prapti Hoy Jahai Te. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Others? Yes. Hoy Vaishnav Thakur. Is that the one you were going to say? Okay. Which one? Ukam karoti vachalam pangam langayate girim yakripa taramham tamaham bande.
Shri Gurum Dinataranam.
Translation.
By the mercy of the spiritual master, even a lame man can cross over the ocean of nations, and even a dumb man can speak eloquent verses from the scriptures.
Girim, he can cross the mountains. The lame man.
We have the entire Guru Ashtakam, which has supplications to the Master. The one that I like most is Yasya Prasadat Bhagavad Prasado Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutopi Dhyayam Stuvam Tasya Yashasti Sandhyam Vande Guru Shri Charnaravindam. So it says with Guru's mercy we can find Lord Krishna, and without his mercy there's nothing that we can do.
Supplication. Okay. Sri Dham Vase Lipsatnika. Do we have this? Are we wired for this? Oh. But the sound we have? Okay, that's okay. That's okay. This is a desire to live in holy places. And this comes with a warning on it. Be careful. Unless you want to move. Because if you recite these prayers, you'll go there. I wanted to interview Keshav Bharti Maharaj about this. I didn't have the opportunity yesterday. But he tells a story about how he received these prayers, which are a request to live in Govardhan, and began reciting them every day. just as out of appreciation of Govardhan. He didn't live in Govardhan at the time. And then he got a phone call from Tamal Krishnamar saying, we have this project in Govardhan, and right now you're in between services, so would you go there? And he went there, and it was actually a heavy austerity, because they refurbished that whole Govardhan palace, which was a palace of a small-time king. And it was in disrepair, in ruins actually, and Keshava Bharati Maharaj had to reconstruct the whole thing. It means when you reconstruct something, you have to live there, especially in India, because you have to watch every single thing that's done. And he lived there for several years to reconstruct the thing in 140-degree temperature. He had to have his gallbladder removed because it stopped working. It was too hot there, and so forth. But he told me that one day, soon after he had gotten there, and he was sitting in Govardhan, and he realized this is his new service, and then it hadn't connected immediately. Then when he pulled out this prayer to read it, he said, "Oh, Giriraj, what have you done? I prayed, and now I'm here, and this is my place." And that's become his home. That's his home base. He has a little bhajan kutir there where he lives, and all it is a room full of books. I mean, it was custom made, that little room that he lives in, and all the walls are these enormous bookshelves that are where he has all the Vaishnava literatures. Very powerful room. Everyone who walks in there said, "Oh, okay, I get it. This is it." Shraddha.
About the desire to live in Vrindavan, I was just going to add, we do the Tulsi prayers where it says, "Mora eya vilash vilas kunti ne ne haribo sada yugali ruparaj."
It's a request, and we should become conscious of that, and from our heart ask Tulsi, "Please, let me be a resident of Vrindavan." Nice one, Shraddha. This is Anupanamani Vedi Ratna Simbasanordi Ruhachara Darasanu Droni Sagesu Raghai Sahabala Sakipi Sakela Yan Swapriyame Nijanikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhana Tvam. O Govardhan, O hill where Lord Krishna happily plays with Balaram and his friends, in the incomparable jeweled courtyards, jeweled lion thrones, trees, waterfalls, mountain brooks, caves, peaks, and valleys, please grant the residence near you that is so dear to me. From the Sri Govardhan Vas Prarthana by Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. And we used to sing that quite regularly, and I think we'll take it up again maybe as soon as possible, especially since Sri Mukunda Datto Prabhu is coming, and we want to sort of get the bhav going. You know, when people are getting ready to go see the Rolling Stones or something, they pull out all their old albums and they start listening to it over and over again to get fired up to go to the concert. So now that Sri Mukunda Datto Prabhu, it's like kind of a rock star status, definitely in devotional service. Before he comes here, we can start doing a few of these prayers, listening to his rendition, which is extremely sweet. And then the Sadaka Dehir Lalasa Suchika. Devotional service of the Sadhaka. Nandanam najanam nasundarim kavitam va jagadisha kamaye mama janmani janmanishvare Bhavatad Bhakti Rahaiti Tvai. O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to accumulate wealth, nor do I desire beautiful women, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your causeless devotional service, birth after birth. Other prayers that are those of a sadhaka. Shraddha.
Where we pray to the 6 Goswamis again. We say, Echai Gosai Kare Charan Bandhan. That part of the prayer. I'll just read it from there. Echai Gosai Yar Mui Tar Das Tan Sabara Pada Renu Mora Panchagras. So it talks about being a servant of...
Translation.
I am the servant of that person who is the servant of these 6 Goswamis. The dust of the lotus feet is my 5 kind of foods.
Nice. Yes. Himanshu.
ना हम विप्रो न च नरपति न वैश्यो न शूद्रो न हम व्रणी न च गृहपतिर न वनप्रस्थो यतिर्वा किंतु प्रोद्यान निखिला परमानंदा पूर्णामृताब्देर गोपीर भर्तुर पद कमलयोर दास दासन दास. I do not desire. I'm not a brahmana, kshatriya, vaishya, shudra. I'm not a brahmachari, grahastha, vanaprastha or sannyasi. I just desire to be the servant of the Supreme Lord, who is the master of the gopis and who is the abode of the full ocean of nectarine love.
Nice. Perfect. Siddha Deher Lalasnai. Devotional service of a Nitya Siddha. From Sharanagati, prayers by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. When I factually observe that the transcendental lane of Navadvip is non-different from Sri Vrajabhumi, then I shall be transformed into a Brijbasi also. Then I will see the true form of the transcendental realm opening up before my very eyes, and I will thus become one of the maidservants of Srimati Radharani. Akshepa Bodhika. Grief due to falling into the material world. Here is one person who has been turned into such an ass, who for so long has carried on his back the useless burden of material existence. Now in my old age, for want of the power to enjoy, I find that nothing at all pleases me. From Sharanagati, prayers by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Now, yes, Malini.
Gee, what is the difference between the last prayer we read and the lamentation, extreme lamentation?
Grief due to falling in the material world? There are general categories of lamentation about one's inability to perform devotional service, and then they're specific to falling into the material world. And all of these have a certain kind of taste and rasa. So the spiritual world is the ocean of tastes, or Krishna is the king of all rasas, and all of them emanate from him. And we can connect to those feelings in the spiritual world by offering these kinds of prayers. And as we become more aware of their moods, there are actually tunes during and different times of the day that one would offer certain kinds of prayers. That's why there are various ragas. The ragas originally come from the spiritual world. They come from Goloka, where the gopis are performing their service to Krishna and different moods. The song, the raga, expresses that. And then the prayers that go along with those. Now we have a text that just has come in, and I haven't also given the number. So if you'd like to text in a question or a comment, the number is 650-245-7018. We thank you for joining us online today, wherever you are. Number again, if you'd like to comment through a text, 650-245-7018. Our operators are standing by to take your call. Yes.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, this is from Sudeep Prabhu.
Sudeep, Haribo.
And he was talking on, the prayer he has submitted is when we were talking about the Swadhyaya Bhakti, so humility. He says, we've discussed this on Wednesday, prayers by Akrur. I like how he arrives to 1040.28, where he says, being thus fallen, I am approaching your lotus feet for shelter, O Lord. Because although the impure can never attain your feet, I think it is nevertheless possible by your mercy.
Thank you. And that reminds me, I think it was Vishaka Lila who asked, why is it Akura? So I did a little bit of sleuthing. And one of the answers I got from Bhanu Swami was that this vandanam actually means to fall like a stick, is what it means, to fall down on the ground and feelingly offer some prayer. And Akura epitomized that, because when he got to Vrindavan, he fell off his chariot onto the ground and rolled on the ground in the dust, offering his prayers. So this brings the pinnacle of prayers when one is in that mood that falls off the prayers. That was, he didn't give me the exact reference, but he indicated something about Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. I asked Keshav Bharti Maharaj, and he just gave his own basic. He said, well, look at the situation he was in. He was asked to go to retrieve Krishna, knowing that he was being the servant of Kamsa, and knowing that he was going to get cursed by the gopis. And he did. He was. And meanwhile, he went on feelingly offering prayers in all circumstances. So, a couple of thoughts. Now we're looking at...
There's one more text, Maharaj.
Pardon me?
There's one more.
One more, okay.
This is from Rajesh Prabhu.
Rajesh, Haribo.
So he says, Guru Gobind dono khade, kake lagu paye, balihari Guru aapke, Govind diyo bataye.
Bangla?
Balihari Guru aapko, Govind diyo bataye. And he's going to give the translation. He says, Kabir wrote this verse to sing the glory of Guru, without whose help one cannot cross this ocean of worldly life. He asks, if both Guru and the God, in the form of Govind, were to appear at the door, whose feet will I worship first? He answers, it has to be the Guru's feet first, because without him, how would I have recognized or known God? I love this. This is very touching glorification of Guru.
It is, and it's indication of a very powerful culture. You find in India that this culture is there. People instinctively know. Well, I mean, of course, Kali Yuga is coming on strong, but there's a way in which there's a culture of respect, learning to, worship the superior, worship the guru, worship the father, mother, and so forth. That'll is not so much prevalent in Western society, and especially with the cynicism of science, that this is all optional kind of idea, or it's just relative.
And
yes,
a question has come up here.
A question?
Yeah. So the question is that how does one worship God passively in Shantras?
By appreciating Him. One just appreciates in Shantaras, there's no dasya. There's no, I'm going to get up and do something about this. In other words, one's just sort of meditating and seeing that God is He's so beautiful, He's so great, so powerful. And then the next, the progression beyond that is dasya, where one says, now I'm going to serve Him, and gets up and serves. So we're looking at what we have available to us. Just a small section shows us the prayers of Queen Kunti, which were favorites of Srila Prabhupada. And these beautiful prayers, we have some nice recordings of those. We have recordings of Srila Prabhupada chanting the prayers of Queen Kunti. I also recorded a brahmachari friend of mine from one of the Gaudiya Mats in Vrindavan who has a very sweet voice and is expert at Sanskrit, who is a disciple of B.V. Puri Maharaj. And I caught that on tape and listened to it over and over again. And I believe those on our website, Fan the Spark, available? Could we make them as downloads? We could put them up there so you could take those and listen to them. It's a nice way to learn prayers, is to listen to someone expert doing it. It's also a good idea to chant them yourself and listen to your own voice. You did get it in the little thumb drive. So if you got a thumb drive last year in September, it's on there. Yeah, should be floating around. Bhishmadev's prayers. Amazingly, lying on a bed of arrows, such a stalwart. When someone's passing away, everyone's so emotional. And we just heard about the passing away of our very dear godbrother Vaisesika Prabhu, who was one of the pioneers of the Krishna consciousness movement. Tragically, he passed away at the age of 62, but he was one of the first really successful organizers of book distribution. He was the temple president in San Francisco. We're all trying to follow in his footsteps, but he and his brother Karandar were both notable devotees. Karandar's still alive. But we just heard yesterday from one of his close associates that he had been very stoic when he was leaving his body, which was just a few days ago. And that anyway, I was just remembering him when I was thinking of Bhishma Dev and wanted to glorify Vaisesika Prabhu. His memorial service is taking place in Los Angeles today, starting at 1 o'clock. So we pray to Srila Prabhupada and to Lord Krishna that he may continue his exalted service in their company. And please bless us from wherever he is, that we may continue the Sankirtan movement. Vaisesika Prabhu ki jai. So Bhishma Dev, imagine the heart-rending situation. The beloved Bhishma Dev is there on the battlefield with the arrows, and they go to him, and he offers these prayers to Lord Krishna. Interestingly, you'll find in the prayers of Bhishma Dev that he remembers how Krishna is the lover of the gopis. One may think, oh, Bhishma Dev, he's on, some other lower ras, But this just shows actually devotees in all different situations, they have their own preference, the way they worship Krishna. However, that doesn't mean they're unaware of the finer sentiments of devotional service or all the different aspects of the way his devotees relate to him. And he mentions that in his prayers. These are studied over and over again by those advancing in devotional service. The prayers of Prahlad Maharaj were favorites of Srila Prabhupada also. He quoted from these over and over again. There's so much in there. You can live off these prayers. If you just learn, some verses from the Bhagavad Gita and Prahlad Maharaj's prayers, there's so many practical preaching verses that he gives there. And these we highly recommend. Gajendra, just such an amazing circumstance how Gajendra, we can all relate, at least I can relate to Gajendra. He's thinking he has it made, and then all of a sudden he's captured by the crocodile and dragged down almost to death, and then begins to pray. This is something I think is universally relatable, and Krishna comes and saves him because of his prayers. And Lord Brahma, we talked about, who's the founder of our sampradaya. And then the gopis' prayers. We have the Gopi Gita, the prayers to the flute of Krishna, the Venu Gita, and so forth. There's so many different prayers. And these are some of the most eloquent prayers, are the most eloquent prayers anywhere in the creation, even compared to literary standards. If you look at the Sanskrit and actually how the subtle meanings and the literary devices that are employed in these verses, and compare them to any other literature in the world, Shakespeare or any of the famous poets, those other poets pale in comparison. That's a fact. So we can learn those and sing them. The role of prayer in japa. Entering kirtan in a prayerful mood. So japa is an opportunity for us to say, repeat a prayer to Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is our main sadhana. And obviously the mood in which we perform that will determine the result that we get. And the best, one of the descriptions that Srila Prabhupada has given is that one should cry out to Krishna like a baby cries for its mother. And we heard the example last night of Prahlad Maharaj felt himself to be like an infant cared for by, Krishna was caring for him like a mother cares for an infant. He was completely unaware of his necessities. He was only feeling that he was embraced by Krishna. So we should enter into that state as we're praying, doing our japa. That is absorption. And entering kirtan in a prayerful mood. Once in Mayapur, when we were there in 1975 with Prabhupada, and he was on the Vyasasana, and all the devotees were there. Hundreds of new devotees, mostly brahmacharis, a lot of energy in the room. And the kirtan started, and devotees were dancing in such a wild way that some were, slamming into each other and swinging around and doing all these things. And Prabhupada stopped the kirtan. He said, not like that. He wanted us to not just try to enjoy the kirtan or just let out energy and go wild, but he wanted us to chant in a prayerful mood. It didn't mean don't dance. It didn't mean don't be enthusiastic, but be prayerful. Be aware of the fact that you're singing the holy name. My godbrother Vaikuntanath, I've noticed him in kirtan. I always note this about him. I watch him in kirtan. He closes his eyes and he prays so intently when he's singing the holy name in kirtan. When I see him and I think, let me try to go there where he's going, So we should enter into kirtan in a prayerful mood. When we go out for Harinam Sankirtan, don't look around. Don't get too absorbed in the externals. There's so many distractions, Pizza My Heart, and there's watch shops and all these pictures. They're meant there to distract us, But if we can enter into the holy name in a prayerful mood, remember, praying. Pray that, the people may hear this and be delivered. Pray that this will go all over the planet. Pray that it will enter my heart and I can actually become a sincere devotee and so forth. If we stay connected to kirtan through prayer, we'll have a very different experience than if we don't. How to pray. So we have passed out, Vrindavan passed out, a little, disappeared too. That's curious. Wonder where he is. Here's a beautiful little card. How to pray and what to say. So this whole seminar is sort of along these lines, how to pray and what to say. But here's a sample that Vishaka Leela picked out from a prayer that we've said quite frequently and say quite frequently here at ISV to Lord Nrsingadev. And this is very important. Right now we're coming upon the appearance day of Lord Nrsingadev. Why is it in Gaudiya Vaishnavism, when we're actually after Raghunuga Bhakti, according to the Chaitanya Charitamrita, that we're worshiping Lord Nrsingadev, who's not a deity who's considered to be in the Rag Marg and so forth. And why is it that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu worshipped the pastimes of Dhruva Maharaj and Prahlad Maharaj so much, at least in his Madhya Leela? And the answer is that this is the foundation for all advancement in devotional service. The mood of Prahlad Maharaj is that of complete desirelessness for anything for himself. He's only thinking of the service of his Lord. That I don't want anything, I just want to be the servant of your servant, in fact, is his Britya Sevam, that I want to serve your servant. And I have no personal desire. Even when offered all kinds of benediction, he said, no, I don't want anything. Bhakti for bhakti, seva for seva. I'm not in this for myself. And the anartas that put us in this false ego of wanting to be the center, even in devotional service, this comes up in the being washed away by the waves that come from being honored to be a devotee. One may become an advanced devotee, and then people will come and offer all kinds of honor, and then it may go to my head. And then my mood of pure devotional service is ruined. So the foundational point is to come to this stage of unalloyed bhakti exhibited by Prahlad Maharaj. Therefore, these prayers are very apt, and then we find that Bhaktivinoda Thakur worships Lord Nrsingadev in this mood. Please remove the obstacles to my pure bhakti. And Lord Nrsingadev is there in the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as well. So it's not that we're doing two separate things. We're moving towards the higher stages of devotion, which we keep way above our heads as a worshipable item, as a worshipable state, and those devotees who are in it. And while we're here, we pray to Lord Nrsingadev to please remove the anartas from my heart. We don't say, kill all my enemies or something like that. We say, let my car stay, fresh and clean. Don't let anybody scratch it. No. The idea is that let me become like Prahlad, unmotivated and uninterrupted in my service. And whatever comes up, I'm not a victim. Prahlad had every reason to be a victim. He was abused by his father. His father tried to kill him in myriad ways. And Prahlad never said, look, I'm an abused kid. So I deserve special consideration. He never said that. And this idea of entitlement, that I'm special, this is a kind of contamination that Prahlad doesn't have. So we're praying to Lord Nrsingadev in the same mood. This is what to pray for in the stage of Vaidhi Bhakti as we're moving forward. Please remove all these obstacles. So that we'll say this prayer together. Om Namo Bhagavate Narasimhaya Namaste Tejase Aviravir Bhava Vajranaka Vajradamshtra Karmasayan Randaya Tamo Grasa Om Swaha Abhayam Atmani Puishta Om Shram. I offer my respectful obeisances altogether unto Lord Nrsingadev, the source of all power. O my Lord, who possesses nails and teeth just like thunderbolts, kindly vanquish our demon-like desires for fruit of activity in this material world. Please appear in our hearts and drive away our ignorance, so that by your mercy we may become fearless in the struggle for existence in this material world. So, the mood of this prayer, knowing that Krishna has the power to remove these obstacles, this is also brought out in the Sri Krishna Samhita by Bhaktivinoda Thakur, where he shows that each one of the demons in Vrindavan is a real demon, but is also representative of a kind of anartha that one typically would carry within one's heart. And Krishna is the one who kills all those demons. And therefore we meditate on Krishna, we pray to Krishna, please come and remove all these varieties of demons so there'll be no hindrance to my progress in devotional service. And how to pray is an important study. We should make a study of this. How to pray, we should look at the previous acharyas, we should study the different modes of prayer. And we can also pray for others. Prabhupada had us pray for him when his health went down. He gave us prayers which began and ended with, "Oh my Lord, if you so desire, please save our spiritual master, let him stay with us. Thank you for considering our request." He gave us these, the prefix and affix, so that we could approach the Lord in the right mood. And there is proof. Of course, empiric proof, people question how a study was done, was it really scientific and so forth. But there's growing evidence that there is power in prayer, that people who know others are praying for them or even don't know, and that there's a vibration. The whole material world is a vibration, actually. And when devotees are making sincere prayers, it changes the vibration. And because of that, one can improve in one's situation in the material world. So praying for others is also a good idea. And this is an example. Prahlad Maharaj is saying that I don't care about myself, I don't care about my situation, but please, those unfortunate people, rascals, who are absorbed in the material life, save them, my Lord, Lord Nrsingadev. Anyone else think of prayers by Vaishnavas who are praying for others? Yes.
here in Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes that Vasudeva Datta, I believe he prayed that let him get all the karma that's affecting all the conditioned souls in the material world so that they can all progress.
Vasudeva Datta, yeah, that's true, yeah. A classic example. Let everyone else in the whole material creation go back to God. I alone will stay and suffer all the karma. You had another one?
So I was just reminded of the power of prayers where Guru Maharaj was saying in one of his lectures that when he fell ill and no doctors had any hope that he would come alive, Radhanath Swami was taking everyone on Vrindavan Yatra, and every place they stopped, they prayed for him. And he said that the power of prayers, like when Vaishnavas prayed, it really works, and we see it in front of our eyes that it works.
Thank you. Who else? You had a point.
So, Enichi Osadi Maya Nashi Baralagi Hari Nama Mahamantra Lau Tumi Magi. That I've got this medicine of holy name, so please take it and get the benefit. Yeah, everyone.
Nice. Sort of offering it, please take.
Please take.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. The Vaishnavas Paraduka Duki. Vrindavan, how are you? Good to see you back. Humility and prayer. So the two go together. That if we feel this humility, then it's natural that we'll be able to utter sincere prayers. And any last reflections? Yes. Yeah, we have this handy worksheet that Vishakalila made that you can use to think about prayers and what we talked about today, and you can fill this out. So why don't you do that, and then we'll come back to the reflections.
So Maharaj, while we are waiting for that, I'm getting text messages.
Okay.
People online are asking from where can they find these wonderful documents that we are getting in the studio.
Is it on here? No, it's not. Oops. So where can we get them? Where will they be?
If they go to vaisesikadas.com, and on the top there's a page called Materials. From there they'll be able to download everything.
Okay, so you can go to fanthespark.com. It goes to the same place. FANTHISPARK.com. Fanthespark.com. And then where will it be on the page?
On the material page, download page, yeah.
On the downloads page. You go to the downloads page and you'll find all the materials that we're using here. On that section, you can download them. And thank you very much for those who have joined us online today. We welcome you to the broadcast. If you'd like to text in, it's 650-245-7018. Our operators are standing by right now to take your texts and calls. So, do you all have a pen? If you need a pen, take a few minutes to fill this out. take about 2 more minutes as we want to discuss. Does that give you enough time? Vrindavan, how much time you need? You all right? Okay. So let's hear. I'm dying to hear what everyone's thinking. Mukaravind.
It's a nice exercise, Maharaj. You can
give us the, some of the jewels that you picked out. Not everything, but just sort of like
goals.
Whatever. Any of the highlights of the things. Just offer 1 or 2 things.
Like what I feel in this?
Not everything.
Okay, goals. I will talk about the goals.
Okay.
In which how we. The question is write some goals to add prayers to your daily life. So I found we have so many devotional items in front of us, like Srimad Bhagavatam. So whenever we see them, there are so many verses specifically glorifying the Srimad Bhagavatam. We can learn and recite whenever we see Bhagavatam in our front, or like deities, or anything. Any festivals are coming. Like Narsimha Chaturdashi is coming, so we can target, whatever is there in ISV prayer list, we will remember all the verses for glorifying the Lord on the Narsimha Day. So it's for every MSF there is some prayers that you can remember for the Lord.
Did you get that? So I didn't. During the MSF, we should have a certain prayer that we say?
For our personal thing.
Oh, during this, leading up to the MSF, we should pick a particular prayer and then think about it. That's one of your goals. Nice. Is this off now? Okay, let's hear more. Reflections, realizations. We got Rasika Shiromani and then Shraddha Devi Dasi.
So, regarding the importance of prayer, whenever I pray, I don't pray that much, but whenever I pray, I realize my insignificant position and Krishna's supremacy, and I feel like it makes me come to my senses. And then I realize that Krishna is my only shelter. Other times I think everything is okay and things are fine and I'm doing well. But only when I pray I realize that, I need Krishna's shelter and I'm dependent on Krishna. So
nice. It makes you, when you actually pray to Krishna, it makes you aware of what you're doing. You have to stop and think about it. Shraddha was next, and then we have Shamalangi, and Pooja's ready to get in there. She's praying to get in. Going like this.
And her prayers got answered. So Maharaj, when I was writing the answer to the question that how you can incorporate prayers in your everyday life, there were so many situations that you could pray, starting from being grateful when you're afraid of danger, you're facing indecision, somebody's not listening to you. So I just came to the conclusion that you should be praying 24 hours of the day.
Okay, so your goal is to pray 24 hours a day. That's a good idea. Keep the prayer going. Shamalangi. Keep that one back there. That's for
so I wanted to talk about which prayers inspire you most and why. So for me personally, I like Brahma Samhita the most, Brahma's prayers, and it's like a personal reason because I started coming to the Saturday classes, and in the beginning I couldn't even pronounce the reading, and I used to feel very sad after every class that why can't I, when other devotees are reading, why can't I do that? And so I started reading it every day at home. And so now it's there in my morning schedule. And even when I didn't understand, the sounds were so powerful that, it used to create a lot of difference in me and my mood. So that's my personal favorite.
Wow. A personal realization about the power of prayer. That the vibration was so powerful that it brought you to another level. That's really important. Nice realization. Thank you very much. Now let's hear what Pooja has to say.
So I said, before doing any devotional or material activity, tell Krishna that you're doing it for him and all the result goes to him. So before, I had star test this whole week, so I have a small picture of Prabhupada in my backpack. So before I submit my test, I offer that to Srila Prabhupada, and then I say, this is all for Krishna, and whatever I do, whatever my result comes, it's for you, Krishna. And then try to find Krishna in your daily life, and appreciate that, oh Krishna, you're so great, that this is how, everything is how it is.
I like that a lot. It's very practical. Offering ahead of time all of your activities, including your star tests. No, Krishna says in the Gita, yat koroshi yadashna shiyaj johosi dadasi yat tapasyasi konteya tat kurushva mararpanam. Everything. Connect it to me, offer to me, and offering it with a prayer is a very conscious, loving thing to do in the beginning. So, yeah, I like that very much. Thank you, Pooja. Good contribution. Vrindavan, what do you got? Okay. Malini.
Prabhuji, I like this seminar very much, and on the Wednesday that you mentioned that we have to clarify our mood before we pray to Krishna and see why are we praying, is it for, what's the reason you're praying, and that actually made me feel that I'm always helpless in any situation, and I feel that I'm helpless a lot when we go out on books, because we really don't know what's the outcome, because everybody is we really don't know if they're going to take or not. So it makes me feel helpless. And I also noticed that when you pray in that mood, that way you're helpless, and Krishna actually answers every time. There hasn't been a single instance where you're really praying from your heart in that mood and Krishna never answered your prayer. So it's nice to clarify the mood.
Very nice, practical. It's interesting too that when you put yourself on the line for Krishna, it means that you pray more. It's one of the reasons we talk about why we should do book distribution. It's not for the numbers, it's not for anything else except for when we do, we feel ourselves helpless. It's one of the services where you don't know what's going to happen next. I mean, with cooking, that you might feel like that to some degree, but you have a pretty good idea if you follow the recipe. I mean, any service, you obviously can pray. Addressing the deity and so forth takes that kind of deep prayer. Please inspire me. Please be able that I can offer something nice to you, and that it will enliven the devotees and so forth. Sankirtan seems to have that unknown element also. You don't know who you're going to meet or what their reaction's going to be, so something there. Okay, Vrindavan, what do you got?
I want to pray because I am the servant of Krishna. Prayers of Prahlad Maharaj. I want to pray to Lord Jagannath at my home.
What a good idea and nice prayer.
Next page.
I want to get up early and chant.
Very good. Can that be full screen? Can that be full screen, Lord? You did good, Vrindavan. You can stay in the seminar. You're in. Okay.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. I just wrote to the first question, write some of your realizations about the importance of prayers. What I feel is prayers are music to soul. And by singing the prayers, I feel the extreme happiness within and helping me feel the existence of Supreme in everyone around me and treat them with a respect and a desire to serve.
With the first sentence, I really like that. Can you say that again?
Prayers are a music to soul.
Are what?
Music to soul.
That's really nice. Prayers are music to the soul. Boy, we could take that one away today for sure. Thank you. That was beautiful. Prayers are music for the soul. Is that right? Wow. Thank you for sharing with us. Krishna's brought us a gem.
So Prabhuji, I was just thinking that maybe we should be grateful because we pray and Krishna gives, pray gives, but we really never take note of them. So I think if we take a gratitude journal and also review it at least once a week and then be grateful.
Take advantage of what?
The gratitude journal.
Gratitude journal.
We pray, and if it happens, like note it down and then be confident about the prayers so that when we offer prayers, we don't be indifference. Will not come up that we'll have more faith.
Nice point. Not what have you done for me lately, right? Like sort of realizing actually there's a state of complete gratitude, realizing that everything I'm made of, everything I have is Krishna's mercy and arrangement. Like, and offering it all to Krishna. It's very important to see what Krishna's already given us so much and is constantly giving. Even starting with our breath, our intelligence and everything.
Just wanted to add one more point, Prabhuji, because even these prayers, like sometimes it may take more time and we have to be focused and all that. But sometimes you are not at such a very high level to offer these prayers. But one prayer that I really think it will work is to go to a Vaishnava and offer and say what you have to say. And that really works. Means it's not like front of the deity or something that I really want to thank Nirakula Mataji that she taught me real techniques that it really works. And in moments. And It's especially Nirakala Mataji. She is more than my mother. Like, it's just whatever you have to do in front of Krishna, you do that. But she says like that, but whatever problems you have, when you tell it to a devotee, they take it on us and they pray for you, and Krishna hears that more than what when you pray. And she really brought me out from the ditch of material existence, and I'm eternally grateful for that.
Wow.
Thank you.
Now, I just have one question or prayer. Nirkula, can you help me with that too? I think you've been holding back. We'll talk later. Okay.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the realizations for the importance of prayers. And I think prayers is time that when you establish a connection with the Lord, and as I started listening that today's topic was about prayers, one thing about Radhanath Swami that came across that I was reading came to my mind was Radhanath Swami always says that when you pray, you're talking to the God, and when you meditate, you're listening to God. I like that. Thank you.
Very nice. Just the fact that you articulate those two things is a conscious and aware state that you're in, realizing that you're reciprocating with someone. Either you're expressing your heart, as you said, a song. It's a song to the soul or a song to the super soul. And meditation is kind of listening for the answer. Right? Nice. Really nice. What else? Vishakalila. I'd like to offer my gratitude to Vishakalila for inspiring this seminar. I had forgotten that it was one of our goals to have this seminar, but she saw that, and she's behind the whole thing, putting together all the collaterals and the ideas and the research and everything like that. I'm just front man.
Prabhu gave me all the notes, and I just, did that, and he is giving the credits to me.
I didn't give her anything.
One of the goals to add prayer to my daily life, the one that you actually mentioned during the Wednesday class, was about this devotee who writes a prayer every morning before japa, and then while chanting, he tries to meditate on that prayer. So that's something which I would like to try.
He puts it on the altar too. He puts it at the lotus feet of his deity. So I just noticed that, every day he had this little chit. He'd think about it, he'd fill it out, he'd put it on the deity's altar, right at his lotus feet, and then he'd start his japa. Very powerful. Yeah. Shamalangi.
I just added a goal today after hearing what Keshav Bharati Maharaj has advised, he suggested, so I'll add Gopinath to my daily schedule.
Yeah. And also residence somewhere. Be careful.
That will be probably the future. And one of the thing I highlighted in my notes is I liked it very much. Name is the ultimate prayer, what you said. That is the...
Yeah. The name is the ultimate prayer, the Hare Krishna mantra. My Lord, O energy of the Lord, please engage me in service. Now we have some text coming in. And by the way, for those of you who have joined us online today, if you'd like to text in, the number is 650-245-7018. Our operators are standing by to take your texts and calls.
Yeah, this is a text relating to one of the older topics, and this is Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu.
Sri Krishna Purushottam, Hare Krishna.
He says, I like this song by Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Song name is Durlabh Manav. When my body will be thrown in the pit at the cremation grounds, it will simply lie there motionlessly. Then many crows, vultures, ants and worms will come and playfully sport there. This shows Bhakti Vinod Thakur's humility. I like it a lot. And then, therefore, I ask of anyone who has any sharp intelligence, please give up all these temporary illusions presented by Maya and kindly search after the means to get pure devotion to Lord Krishna, for this is the only really tangible eternal truth.
Wow, Sri Krishna Purushottam, thanks for bringing us that beautiful prayer. It reminds me of the prayer in the Sri Upanishad, second to the last. Let this temporary body be burnt to ashes, and let the air of life be merged with the totality of air. Now, O my Lord, please remember all my sacrifices. And because you're the ultimate beneficiary, please remember all that I've done for you. His is so, it tends to sober the mind, doesn't it? That prayer from Bhaktivinoda Thakur, my body, dead body, will be the playground for ants and worms. That'll get you serious in a hurry. Okay? Yes, Pooja?
So I was hearing memories from one of Prabhupada's disciples. I forgot his name. But he was saying that you can pray to Lord Nityananda for anything that is good, and he will give it to you for your spiritual life. And he was relating that he wanted to do personal service for Srila Prabhupada. So he prayed to Lord Nityananda for, I think, 3 weeks. And then Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, he said, no, you have an opportunity to serve Srila Prabhupada. And he used to serve Prabhupada very personally, take him for walks and drive him around. So he said praying to Lord Nityananda is very powerful. And in Vrindavan Das Thakur's prayers to Lord Nityananda, he said, like Sarat Chandra Vrantim, those prayers, he says that Lord Nityananda Prabhu says that just take to the chanting of the holy names, and I will be responsible for taking you back to Godhead out of this material world.
Really good points. Yeah. Okay, we'll take a few more. Yes.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Is your first time here to this temple?
Yeah, coming. Pratibha's sister.
Sister, what's your name?
I'm Pooja. So I've come from Mumbai. Yeah,
from Mumbai. Let's welcome Pooja.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have any other siblings? Other siblings?
I have totally 4 other siblings.
Okay, bring everybody.
Actually, she got me powerfully and very powerfully into this, because she's going to get initiated by Giriraj Maharaj hopefully this year or maybe next year.
Jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So about 7 years ago, I was, of course, a little new to chanting. I was just chanting, and I had my own struggles. So I asked one of my god sister, and asked her to help me. And she told me that why don't you do you chant pranam mantras before starting your rounds? So I said no, and I started doing that very regularly, and I follow that till date. And I have seen that chanting the pranam mantras, the pranati mantras, and also the panchatattva mahamantra, it's very powerful. Before, specifically, it's like praying for the mercy and praying for their shelter to help you stay attentive and focused in your chanting. And I see that has helped me a lot, and that my chanting definitely has improved. I've become, trying hard to become more focused and attentive. Yeah.
Beautiful, very practical. Thank you very much, Pooja. While you were saying that, I was remembering one of my favorite prayers. May I say it? Yes. And it's always the happiest time of day for me when I say that prayer, but also I realize that saying the prayer before honoring prasadam helps me to remember that it is a gift, and that just by taking prasad we can conquer over the jada buddhi and over the tongue and all the indriyas. And it seems like such a gift, and it's such a joyful activity to be able to honor prasadam. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur has given us all those prayers for honoring prasadam. So that's one I like very much. Damodar. Jagannath.
On the prayers, I was busy with kids' soccer games, but I was listening. So something which I try to do whenever I wanted to start my japa is Shri Nam Ashtakam. And the 7th verse is most appealing to me when it says that it's like the concentrated spiritual bliss. Like whenever I just think of it, sharbat, you're talking about you add 1 spoon of ruabza and the whole pot of ruabza is made. So it's like that. And it's the festival going on in Gokula, and the very form of Krishna. So it's in so precise, concise format. And whenever I think of these 3 things, my chanting is considerably improved, because I'm thinking, hey, this is the full essence, concentrate, and each word comes up like dance. It just then the consciousness just expands. Like Hare itself is like, when you hear it, it expands significantly. Not that every time that consciousness exists, but I found that very helpful, and those are the 8 verses are very, very dear. Yeah.
Thank you. Beautiful. When you were saying that, I was remembering the importance of following in the footsteps of the great devotees who have composed these prayers. And there's a way in which, while we say them, we remember that they wrote them in a certain mood in prayer to Krishna. And we can even visualize them sitting, writing, like Rupa Goswami gave us those Namashtakam prayers. He actually sat and composed them in a kind of samadhi. And it brings us closer to the person who actually composed the prayer as well, remembering them and their mood and so forth. We're actually taking shelter of them by offering the prayer. 2 more, yes?
One quick point that came to my mind is filling in the gaps that you always say, that printing out the prayers and carrying it around with them and filling in our gaps, it tremendously improves our focus throughout the day.
Anybody have them in their pocket right now? Okay, Mukaravind. He's got his shlokas in his pocket. In a little plastic bag. Anybody else? You got it? Shamalangi has. Yep, verified. Gandharvika? Nice to have, just as part of your apparel when you're getting dressed in the day, you should have, the paraphernalia. Isn't there regular stuff you put in your pockets? So always carry your shlokas with him. They have, there's power inherent in them, even if you carry them. But there's a way in which, I was at the bank yesterday. I had to go make a deposit. Good, right? And no, it was for ISV. It's even better. So I was standing in line at the bank, and there's always this feeling in the air that, won't they, when they hurry up, the banks are so sterile also. Everyone's looking around for something to catch their eyes on. And I was the second in line, and I noticed the woman before me was really agitated because she was thinking, when are they going to open? And then one of them that was about to open closed, and you're like, oh no. But meanwhile, I just pulled my prayers out of my pocket, and I thought, okay, now you can take your time. And it is a good way to fill in the gaps. Always have them with you. Keep the vibration going. 1 more. Okay, Mukaravind.
You were mentioning today like how the aeroplane, that one incident, like how George Harishan, he felt when he intends prayer. Similarly, we should always think that how we are in that same plane, we are going down and down, that feeling should be always there, and always meditating on that and keep your prayers. And that makes your prayers alive. If you just see that situation, yes, we are also in the same plane that is going down and down and down and down.
I think we should get that prayer from SKP, from Bhaktivinoda Thakur, about meditating on the body, being disposed of, and so forth. Very powerful. Okay. Yeah.
So there are like hundreds of prayers.
There are people on internet.
Okay. Question on prayers I have, like there are hundreds of prayers, and me just trying to learn, how do I know which prayers could suit me? Do I have to try all of them? I don't know, really? I mean, how do I know which prayers will suit me?
Well,
I don't know.
Just as far as preferences in devotional service, there's a way in which Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur talks about incidental reading, and we should go through systematically in all the literatures. For instance, you should read the whole Bhagavad Gita, then read the whole Bhagavatam from beginning to end. And as you go through, you'll come to sections that specifically appeal to you or call to you in the situation you're in right now. And that might those might catch your attention, and then you can go back and concentrate on those more. That's one way. Another way is that when you are in certain kinds of association, it'll rub off on you. For instance, Brahma Samhita rubbed off on Shamalangi. She didn't know what the prayers were at first exactly or how to say them, but because she was coming to the Sangha on Saturday morning, they started to appeal to her, and now they're her favorite prayers. So as you associate with like-minded devotees who are saying certain prayers, they'll begin to appeal to you. And for instance, we like certain prayers because Prabhupada liked them. We heard Prabhupada quote and give extensive commentary on the prayers of Queen Kunti. And we have particular memories attached to that, to those times when he was speaking on them. And we still go back and watch the videos and so forth. And those can become favorites because of that. So there are many different ways, but there's no harm in any of them, actually. And sometimes when Prabhupada was asked his preference, someone would ask Prabhupada, where do you read from? How do you decide? There's so much. And Prabhupada said, it's like a sugar doll. I guess that's the name for like a candy, one of the candies. He said, wherever you taste it, it's sweet. So he said, I just open anywhere and begin reading. So that's also an option.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Because sometimes we get fixed on certain prayers and we'll forget about other ones. And if you go and explore, that's another thing you can do. Look into some of these prayers. But any way you do it, it'll be nice. Hare Krishna. So we've come to the end of our second day of the seminar, The Power of Prayer. And we've talked about some of the nuances and varieties of prayer that are offered by famous Vaishnavas. And we've also talked about realizations and some of the famous Vaishnavas who have offered prayers. And now we have homework. Take your goals that you've written down and practice praying. And then bring those back on Sunday. Because Sunday we'll have our final day on the power of prayer. Because this is an appealing kind of seminar, we'll probably do it again in various ways. We're considering doing it in a way that we can attract a wider audience and advertise it, even for those who might be interested. It's a universal thing, so prayers along with some group chanting and things like that we'll do in the future. This is the beginning point. And obviously we've just dipped in a little bit to this oceanic subject, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you very much. Vancha kalpatarubhascha kripasinabhevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. We thank all of our listeners and watchers online that have joined us today. We offer you our obeisances, and we'll pick this up very soon. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Ay, ay, ay.
This one. You bought? No.
This service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com. Please enter your access code followed by the pound. This menu will repeat. Please enter your access code followed by the pound. This menu will repeat.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Please enter your access code followed. You exceeded number of attempts. Please
Everybody, we're
contact
going
customer service if you need
to offer some
assistance.
prayers
Goodbye.
to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. If you don't know the prayers or if you see someone around, could everyone please join us? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Please join us. We're going to worship Srila Prabhupada. Hey, Vrindavan. Come on over here. Come on. You ready? So those that you see that don't know the prayer, if somebody doesn't know it, it's like somebody's new, they don't know the prayer we're singing, please make sure that they have it. Here, raise your hand if you don't know the prayer. And during this ceremony, we have some flower petals. Where are they? Gandharvika Mataji has them. And you can take a small pinchful of these flower petals and you can offer them to Srila Prabhupada and offer your obeisance. Namashreshtam manamapi shachiputra matra sarupam rupam tasya gajam aruparim matirim goshtavatim radha kundam girivaramoho radhika madhavasham prapto yasya pratita kripaya shri gurum tam natosmi Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabha Kati Sadma Bando Mui Savadana Mate Vadana Jahara prashade bhai bhavatoriya Jahara prashade bhai bhavato riyaja Krishna prapti hoy jaha Krishna prapti hoy jaha hoite Guru mukha padma bhakya chitte ko riyaikya Guru mukha padma bhakya chitte te koriyaikya Anakori ho mane asha Anakori ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshayu Tamagati Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshayu Tamagati Je prashade pure sarva asha Je prashade pure sarva asha Dandi loche janme janme Prabhu she Divya gyan dhrire prakashito Prema bhakti ja hoite abidya vinasa jate Prema bhakti jaha hoite abidya vinasa jate Vidigai Jahara Charito Vidigai Jahara Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Lokana Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Prabhu Koradoya Dehamore Padachaya Prabhu Koradoya Dehamore Padachaya Lokana Lokera Jivana Ibijashtu Shiktribhuvana Prabhu Kora Doya Dehamore Padachaya Prabhu Kora Doya Dehamore Padachaya Ebejash Kushiktiruvana Ebejash Kushiktiruvana Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Shatadine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Kali kukur kadam jadi chao hai Kali kukur kadam jadi chao hai Kali Yuga Pavana Kali Varnashana Shri Sacinandana Gao Hai Gadadhar Madhan Nitaye Pranadhan Advaita Prapujita Gaura Nimani Vishwambar Srinivashishwar Bhakta Samuha Chitta Chora Nadiya Shashadar Mayapurishwar Nam Pravartana Shura Grihi Jana Shikshaka Nyasikula Nayaka Madhavarara Bhavapura Sarvabhauma Shodana Gajapati Tharana Ramananda Poshana Vira Upananda Vardana Shanatana Palana Haridas Modana Dhira Vajaras Pavana Dushta Mata Shata Kapati Vighatana Kama Shuddha Bhakta Palana Shuksha Jnana Dharana Chala Bhakti Dushana Rama Kali Kukur Kada Jadi Chao He Jadi Chao He Kali Duga Pavana Kali Poyanashana Shishachinandana Gao He Hare Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Hare Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namaha Gopal Govindaram Sri Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madan Mohan Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Shri Rup Shri Sanatan Bhakta Raguna Shri Jiva Gopal Bhakta Das Raguna Echai Gosar Kori Charanam Bandam Jaha Hoite Vignanash Abhishtapura Echai Gosai Jarmuitar Das Tansabara Pararinu Mora Panchagra Tandera Charana Sebe Bhakta Sanibas Janame Janam Me Hoye Abilam Echai Gosai Jabe Braje Koilabas Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Koila Prakash Shri Shri Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Koila Prakash Bolo Anande Bolo Hare Bhaja Vrindavan Bolo Anande Bolo Hare Bhaja Vrindavan Shri Guru Vaishnava Pare Mojamiyama Shri Guru Vaishnava Pare Mojamiyama Guru Vaishnava Pad Bhajava Koriya Harinam Sankirtan Kohe Narodamoda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.